rappers that's bouncing, these all these carrots. In the ways of the weak, the time's complete. You're the fact, the cream, the strength in me. I know. And you're driving me crazy. You keep on running late. Slow down, you go too fast, love. I'm telling slow down, I can't keep up, love. Your heart is shrinking faster, and baby, there's enough to coming out of your mouth, out of your soul, out of your soul.
Right here, standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes our hearts and blows. Your love explodes our hearts and blows.
And
I'm not on.
Somber's muted.
I am unmuted now. The long winding road of Split 2 comes down to today. We have our top 4, and tonight we'll crown a major champion. Welcome in, one and all, to Championship Sunday here for SCS Major 2. I am your host, Somber, and alongside with me tonight to start things off for this magical evening, the living embodiment of the Energizer Bunny, it's Mel. Mel, how are you for this fine evening?
My goodness, I'm full of energy, full sparking. You see the energy right here. I'm kidding. Nah, we ready to go. We're gonna wind up, turn back the time. It's about to be epic. It's about to be almost like the season 5, the story of the season 5 finals, or maybe even season 6 of RLCS. Maybe we could have the Cloud9 run. Not exactly the lower bracket run, but a team that no one expected to win coming up to win. And we also have the story of the failing cameras as well today, fortunately enough. Don't worry, we get that figured out. But thank you, Somber. I am doing amazing. My camera isn't, but I am doing wonderful.
Yeah, it's always has to do something with the camera, right? And next up, taking a break from staring at Lotus and now here to stare at Manfield Knight, the one and only Ari. Ari, how are you doing?
Yeah, it's a nice little change of greenery from Lotus and Valorant to now the grass of the Rocket League fields. But I'm excited to be here and excited to see the storylines because I know we just ended off the previous day with was a reverse sweep. I didn't get to watch that, so you're gonna have to tell me more about it.
Yeah, so whether you guys are ready or not, we're going to go over the action from Friday and what leads us to this point now. To start off the night, we had what in the first half seemed like kind of a wash for Pips. They took a very convincing 3-0 lead. They were up late in the final minute of game number 4, but no idea. They showed their poise and their elite level gameplay, and they secured a overtime game 7 win to reverse sweep. Seeing some of the best performances we've seen throughout the whole circuit from Waves, Scythe, and Turbo. Following that, we saw Pause Up upset the Little Birds in a big way. Somewhere if Ice Taquito is in shambles right now, just crying their eyes out, not seeing Little Birds here in the top 4. But it was a bit surprising to see that in 5, where they were able to come through and pull out a quarterfinals win, advance here to the semis up against their new opponent in Pirates on a Bot, who played Empty Space. They were kind of a similar situation with Pips. They went up 3-1. It looked very convincing. And then Empty Space just turned on the juice. They were able to seal the deal in 7, ultimately for Pirates on a Bot, but they really had to sweat that one out and have a really strong game 7 performance from Nightya. And unfortunately, we did see a DQ timer hit the strike midnight on Silly Billy. So we do not see them here at all in the major. So Spate moves on with a DQ win. Mel, I know a lot of things happens on Friday, but now looking at the bracket, having had some time to kind of digest the results and whatnot throughout that day, what were some of the biggest shockers to come out of day 1 for you?
Little Birds losing in 5. That was my personal biggest one. Because on Friday I was out all day. I was busy. I was working and babysitting at the same time. My goodness, that is crazy. I get to see a young man right here grow up into a worker. But look at these results. The fact that Pause Up 1-4-1, that's props to them. And I do think that they've got a really good chance tonight against Pirates on a Bot. But of course, Spade, oh boy, it's a win for them with a forfeit from Silly Billies, but no idea. I cannot believe I missed that match. No idea over Pips 4-3 reverse sweep game 7. What the heck? Well, game 7 overtime? Are we for real? That may end up being the match of the major if it doesn't get top tier. I think they've got a good chance against Spade Esports, but they have been informed. They just had the 3-peat into the Spade Championship Series, something I did not think would happen ever with the level of competition. Granted, every grand final has been close in Split 2, but they had a 3-peat. And if that don't tell you where their head is at going into this major, I don't know what will.
Yeah, and you talk about that Pause Up result, 4-1 over Little Birds. Ari, we seeing the gameplay, it didn't look like Pause Up were doing anything particularly special to get that win. They were just playing really consistent, solid Rocket League. So now you're going up against the Pirates on a Bot team who they had to sweat it out against that Empty Space squad. Pause Up still may have some tricks up the sleeve, a little ace in the hole. How do you feel like that's going to impact this series coming up later this evening?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I've always rooted against Paws Up, so I think that's gonna continue here in this one. I think Pirates on a bot are most likely going to look better. I mean, sure, Paws Up, they've done it before. They've pulled some upsets against teams that they should have lost to on paper, but it just feels like Paws Up are really gonna need to show off, and Pirates on a bot are gonna need to kind of have a few blunders because this one. It just felt like an off day yesterday for Pirates on a bot. I mean, maybe we see it again today, but I'm not feeling it in the cards.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be an interesting match. We got to see our first look at next for that Pirates on a Bot roster. I feel like there were some hitches and some hiccups here and there, but again, you had Saturday to kind of tighten things up and really make sure that you're locked in for today because that's what matters the most. And I'm going to use this time here to now kind of just have an excuse to talk about No Idea Squad for a second. Spate, like you said, Mel, they three-peated the regionals. No Idea. They dropped in the seating a bit. Had a revolving door at third for times. We saw subs with Manzer flying. We saw Nuggy, Scythe, and Turbo at one point, and they didn't perform maybe as well as they would have liked. But they were the runners up in the first major last go around. So with them having that backing to them and having a huge momentum series win on Friday, could we see Spate caught off guard here a bit to open things up? Maybe see them step up in a big time again, like we saw in Major 1 and on Friday night?
No idea. They in Split 1, they went to 3 out of 4 grand finals. Or rather, Scythe went to 3 out of 4 grand finals, or so some stat like that. Here in Split 2, they found a way to push themselves forward to make almost every single semifinal, I guess, except for Regional 3, maybe. In the toughest competition that we've ever seen. And man, oh man, I don't know if that continues here. If they can make a grand final here, that would be absolutely sensational. Their squad is actually unbelievable in what they've been able to do. I think this squad that they have right now, what is it? Turbo, Waves, and Scythe, I think that's a squad. That's a really good squad. That is a sensational squad. The fact that they pulled a reverse sweep against Pips of all teams, a team that I was probably going to favor this major, is stunning to me. A reverse sweep. Game 7, won 4 games in a row in Rocket League. Can you believe that? That's actually crazy. They're in good form. The thing is, their form cannot dip whatsoever if they want to win tonight. They have to stay at the highest level possible. No matter if Spade's having a bad day, Spade on the bad day is still a team that will go to 7 and push the length with any single team in the league. So the level cannot dip at any point today out of No Idea, and it has dipped at times throughout most of the series we've seen on mainstream. Today, can they clean that up? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some sloppy games here and there from Spate in the group stages, but they just figured out a way to win. And we saw them have the ability to bounce back when going down and facing adversity against a tough team, like we saw in that matchup against Mizzou in the quarterfinals, going back to this last regional leading up to the major. Ari, Spate still on paper, advantage in seeding, recency bias on their side, but it is sure to be an interesting matchup. On the other side of the bracket, like we said, we have another interesting matchup in Pirates on a Bot and Paws Up. Two teams have met plenty of times throughout group stage and even back all the way in the first regional where Pirates on a Bot, they were up, I think it was 2-1, and then they ended up having DQ because they had some internet issues or power issues, whatever it was. That was ancient history at this point. But do you feel like maybe we see the foundational Rocket League style kind of put Pirates in a box a little bit from Paws Up? Like it's easy to predict but hard to play against, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take this question and actually kind of apply it to both matchups here. I think that, with No Idea having to put their best foot forward the day before, now, I mean, if they did it before, they can do it again, right, in the next day. And so you see those two clashing playstyles there. You see them with Pirates on a Bot and a Paws Up. So really, it might just be whoever puts their best foot forward. Now, I mean, this is all coulda, shoulda, woulda. Only if this happens, then they get this. Like, we're all kind of just speculating here. And to me, honestly, it's something that can really just be decided from like almost the first minute of gameplay. Like I feel like we're gonna know right off the rip what these teams are bringing to the table, and not quite what the outcome is, but a pretty good idea of who's gonna be in control for the series.
Yeah, and I feel like both of these teams, for the underdogs being no idea and pause up, you got to catch that slip early and just smack your opponent in the mouth. You got to find a way to come out and take them down a peg early and see how they can scramble back to equalize to you. Mel said, no idea has to play perfect Rocket League. We saw near flawless Rocket League in those last 4 games, that reverse sweep. They were so locked in. If you're a frequent on Rocket League Twitter, you probably saw the Waves comm clip pop up. The comms were clean, they were pristine. You had someone being vocal, directing traffic. They were being proactive in the plays in that overtime. And I feel like if both of those teams can be that locked in, it's going to make for a very interesting grand final scenario. Um, we did see a very shaky series for Pirates on a Bot and Pause Up. They still have that potential, right, to make this run. They have Next there as Pirates on a Bot's third. They have some experience with them. They've found competitive success. But I do want to just kind of touch on the topic of subs, because we saw subs play such a vital role in the first regional of this split and also in the major, stepping up in a big way. So Mel, in this first matchup that we're going to see between Spate and Empty Space, if we don't see Turbo here, do you feel like Mans Are Flying and Nuggy have been up to that level where they can keep the momentum rolling for this No Idea squad?
Yeah, you have me out here playing Mr. Critic. And you know what? In the environment that I've had to be around for the past 8 weeks, I will speak my mind. And my answer is no. No. I think it's got to be this exact same roster that will keep this No Idea squad at the same levels. Now, however, for any other roster, any other subs for any other roster, I think they're so high level, the players on Pirates and the Bot, that if they bring in a sub, I don't think it's going to matter too much. The thing is, the gameplay level with No Idea dips. Comes up and it dips. It dips at times. I don't know if I say it dips, but they play to such a high standard against the best competition, but it doesn't always last, especially in the big moments, except on Friday at Pips. And with my heart is No Idea fan, big No Idea fan. I want them to win, and they're going to have to come out with a win there. Now, is there a sub that's good enough? I don't think so. I think the current roster that they've got is pretty good, but the question is if they can sustain that level. I don't know. Pirates on a Bot, same thing with them. I think their level, it can dip, especially we've seen their kryptonite now be Spade, and if we see Next up there sometimes, we see Patty or Buffy, I think they're winning the regional today. Same thing with Spade. If we see, or opposite thing with Spade, if we see Wolver or TJ today with Spade, I don't think they're winning the regional. I don't think they're getting past No Idea. That's the thing with subs. So, any sub except for the subs from Pirates and a Bot, I think any other team wins the regional. So, that's my personal opinion. I don't know. I can tell you.
Very interesting. Yeah, I feel like that Pirates on a Bot roster through and through is just top to bottom. You can sub in anyone and they'll be the major, contenders that we expect them to be. And for the side of Spate, Ari, Mel talked about peaks and valleys. We've seen this team. I feel like their floor is still pretty high compared to most teams. Do you feel like if they come out a bit shaky and No Idea isn't playing up to that, do you feel like they have the luxury of this best of 7, or will it be tight no matter what?
Well, okay, here's my thought. If Spate play how they do on average, we'll say not their complete best, not their complete worst, just average, nothing too special. And then you have No Idea playing, I'd say, 85% of their best. Then you know how this result's going to look? It's a good old coin right here. And yeah, that's going to be a result. Now, again, kind of copy and paste of what I said before. It really just depends on the teams that we're seeing today, right? They have to go out to a strong start, and it feels like there's really not going to be that shift. I will say, like, prediction-wise, there's not going to be a reverse sweep. I think we're going to see one team get out to that lead and then take it. Like, it's going to be back and forth maybe, but that team that takes, the lead initially, I feel like they're going to be the ones that end up taking this W.
Yeah, got to be locked in from the jump. But we'll get into some predictions real quick because I think if I'm not wrong, we're starting to get close to kickoff time here. So Mel, I know you don't like to do predictions when you cast, but we got you here on the desk, so we're gonna get a prediction out of here. You here for this first one. Who do you got? Taking in recent results, roster construction, and just individual player accolades and what they've been doing so far after Friday into today. Who do you got taking this first match and being our first regional finalist?
Don't worry, I'm not running nowhere. All right. If No Idea is gonna want to win this, they're gonna have to get out to an early lead, kind of what Ari said earlier. And often they have gotten to an early lead out against a Spate team or whatever they were called before this. So even when Scythe was on a different team and he was playing a Pigeons team, they always got out to an early lead. I cannot remember a time where they didn't, except for maybe the second regional of this major of the split. But they've blown that lead every single time. Like, as I said, their level, when they're playing at least a team with Pigeon on it, does not stay consistent. Yeah, we'll have to... I don't know if that repeats today. Maybe they go through. I think it's going to be an exciting match. I think you said earlier that you think Spade's level may have dropped a bit, but did it drop enough to the point where No Idea is going to be able to steal this one from them? And my answer is no, unfortunately. I think Space will come out on top. I want No Idea to win so bad. I'm a big No Idea fan. I want them to win so bad. But for the sake of me being right, hopefully I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll celebrate with you, okay? But if I'm wrong today, I'll really be happy, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong today. Mel never wrong in the saddest way possible. I think Spade Esports come out of here in 6.
Spate in 6 coming from Mel. Ari, plugging this into your ever wonderful prediction algorithm. You're a conditional person. Who do you think is going to have the right conditions to pull out a win and be our first grand finalist?
I know I'm going to keep it a little bit vague, but I'm also going to keep it quick. I think, 1, if Spate wins, Pirates on a bot wins. Otherwise, No Idea, and pause up your grand final. That's my prediction. I know it's not quite who's winning each game, but I thought that might have a little bit of a fun circumstance and storyline for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the desk has spoken. Championship Sunday is here for us to all bear witness. Let's get over to the booth for Ari and Aaron to bring us into the action.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's me again. I was just on the desk, but now I'm joined by a face also known as Aaron, and that face can also talk to Aaron. What do you think of those predictions that you just heard?
Well, what I think of those predictions can be spoken of in this stream, but I think they're trash predictions. I mean, Mel, you're always right, but not this time, buddy. I mean, Spade are gonna take it in 5. Like, come on. Yesterday, No Idea, they won in a reverse sweep, but did you see Pips play? Like, if you saw them play in game 4 onwards, you would be like, okay, that's why they lost. Because they didn't play good. In game 1-3, they played really good, and they just dropped there afterwards. It's not that No Idea played well, it's just that Pips played bad.
Interesting. Well, I mean, that being said, I think we're ready to get right into it, right? So we can get these teams in the lobby, and we should be good to go. I mean, I can't wait for this matchup. This one, surely the coin flip as prefaced earlier. And of course, now we just got to wait for one more player. I always say it, and then I always curse it. So this at least is the caster curse out of game as opposed to in game. So that we got that going for us. But feels like, okay, all of the problems are fixed. We are all set to go. Let's hop in for the first game of today. It's No Idea versus Spate.
And kickoff has commenced here. Let's see, it's gonna be TNT taking that ball from the start, but TNT immediately taking it back from from Waves that was there. Gonna be side now to the sidewall. Wow, immediate action. They're all really explosive to the ball here. Let's see if a goal can be scored. Not quite yet. It's gonna be Pigeon on the dunk. Scythe gonna take it onto the corner where it's kind of safe here. And well, it's looking like an explosive start here.
Yeah, a little explosive, but at the same time, you know, nobody making those crazy mistakes, right? Nobody getting out to that lead early. You have Turbo here taking this one towards the offensive corner, but stalled on up as TNT will pickpocket that one away, going for a little bit of an air dribble bump and lands that, but not the shot. The follow-up is there for Pigeon, though, and that will open up the scoring for Spate.
Oh, that is beautiful here, Pigeon. Well, he just... Oh, he hit it in the open net, but the setup from who was that setup? I think it was
TNT.
Turbo, right? Or
TNT.
TNT. Oh, my bad. Well, TNT had a beautiful pass there with the bump there, making his way clear. Well, Pigeon, of course, he doesn't miss. And while the 1-0 is already on the scoreboard, only 1 minute been played, and maybe we already have a winner, eh?
Nah, no, don't curse it like that. No. Cursing's my thing. You don't get to steal it from me, okay? We're 1 minute into the game, and that's that, right? We said the predictions would be whoever took the advantage early would be the one to focus a little bit stronger when it came towards the end of the series. But No Idea, right? They are always those little ankle biter chihuahuas, always loving to respond back. It's just this time, Pigeon will continue the dominance and not even give them the chance. It's 2-0 Spate.
2-0 Spate here. Pigeon takes a second one. That should have been a save for Waves there. Being a bit too close to Pigeon there. And Pigeon like that. He just shot it right over him. And well, already 2-0 for Spate here. Taking the lead quite early. And well, quite dominant also. 2-0 lead is not bad. You can deal with that. But No Idea also still have a lot of time on their hands to maybe get a comeback set up.
Yeah, and one of the things we also didn't mention was the open net. That is no longer an open net. Okay, well, now it is again. Oh, and it's missed off the right board. Okay, we got a lot of fun shenanigans going on, and it's still not a ball in the net. I don't know. There's a shot again. Turbo's still there. Everybody and their mother is still hanging out by the orange net, but it seems like finally we're going to have a breath of fresh air as we get just a little under halfway into this game.
Yeah, Arya, how is that not a goal? First we had the open net. Sure, you can miss that. That's all good, but they had another one, and another one, and quite another one, and they've all managed to miss it. Well, can happen. Let them just focus up and see what they will do in the other half of the game, because the first half didn't went so good.
I think everyone was just playing the miss or something of that sort. I don't know, either playing the miss or playing the shot, and everybody gambled wrong, but this time the gamble is perfect for TNT. It's now 3 straight unanswered for Spate here, and No Idea looking to wake up here.
I mean, they have to wake up here. I mean, it's already 3-0. You've already had like 7 big chances in a row, and you've all managed to miss them. I mean, come on. They gotta lock in now. I mean, sure, it's a best out of 7. You can lose some games, but come on. You better be locked in early than do it late once again with pips. So, let's see what can happen. But 4-0 is already being set up by Pigeon here on the backboard. It should be cleared out by Waves here. It's gonna be Kevin pre-jumping that, trying to pinch, but not quite the pinch that he was looking for. Kevin with the dunk on side though. Not a good touch from Waves, but Turbo cleans it up for him.
A little bit of a double commit on the clearance, but that is going to unfortunately burn down your boost here. TNT will have a nice little 50. Can't stay with it though, as Turbo will beat them there. Kevin once again pinching this back back on into the No Idea zone. It feels like every time No Idea finally get it out, it goes right back into the area, and they have to spend another few seconds trying to clear it out. They can't get anything on the offense started other than the one chance we saw earlier, but once you don't convert on that, it feels so much more tougher. You still have 3 goals to score in just about a minute.
Oh, three goals. Yeah, that's quite. Well, it's quite impossible, but possible. I've seen crazier things happen here. But when you got saves like that from Kevin coming in, it might look a bit more impossible than it might look.
It's like Turbo's going to be the one corralling this. A little bit of a 50, sends it cross field. Here's another 50, and this one falls down right back to TNT, who unfortunately can't get 2 touches, just the one. And so it seems like finally we might have a chance for No Idea, but just as soon as it starts, it goes right back in the opposite direction. Yet again, No Idea, just waiting to get on this offense, have a solid attack. And I think it starts with them having to catch this ball, maybe on the backboard or slowing it down after a shot comes through, right? If you can catch it, you can set up maybe a passing play and then send all of the players downfield at one time. Of course, now it's a little bit too late as, well, there's no time left for you to score 3 goals. It's going to be Spate taking game number 1 here.
And well, Spate took number 1. Well, the game is, or well, the ball is still not dropped. I mean, well, now it is. Spate have gotten the first game, and well, it was kind of as expected. I mean, I said Spate take it in 5, and well, I'm just saying that because they might drop a game. They might drop a game to this No Idea team. I mean, when they're locked in after that game 3, if it's the same story as yesterday, they can definitely grab a game or 2 against this Spate team. But I don't think they're informed. I don't think they're informed to take this series today.
Yeah, it just feels weird. Yeah, like we kind of expected. We said, okay, if No Idea's at their best, then Spate will, still kind of take this one. Their floor still one of the highest in this league here, and now you just see Spate being pretty dominant. No Idea's not the one showing up, and well, that is going to be the scoreline that happens when on paper shows exactly in the cars as well. Spate taking this one, complete shutout, not crazily out shooting, but that's enough work to get it done in game number 1.
I mean, enough work done. I mean, it wasn't even. I mean, in my opinion, it wasn't even Spate playing their best game. It was just that No Idea was just a bit underperforming today. I mean, they had an open net. A guy was going at it with. Well, I don't think he had any boost, but he could at least try to grab some pads and get a hook shot out of that. But he didn't. He just dragged down his car with about 2 kilometers an hour and called it a day. So, I mean, they got to put in some more work if they want to win the series.
Yeah, certainly going to be close. I mean, I know we're just waiting to get some things clarified on the production end so we can start going into game number 2. But you have to think, okay, this isn't the No Idea we expected to see. What is it that makes them have this turnaround? What is it that brings them back into the series?
I mean, it's just focusing up. They got to focus up. They got to lock in. And when they're locked in, they play 1,000 times better, I would argue. But, well, fortunately for us, the game has already started. We're going on kickoff.
Kickoff, yippee. We haven't seen too many of the kickoff goals yet today, but there's still plenty of games left, plenty of time, so of course can always be a factor, and maybe is the way you see No Idea get out to an early lead. This one, just not enough power in the right direction for Spate, so that one will just be denied off the crossbar. Kevin, though, with almost an empty net, but it's Scythe to make the squishy save there. Hayden camping out a little bit, still gets the job done, and Waves will send this one on down, but actually does get a second touch. Will Scythe be able to follow up on it? No, just makes a little bit of a rough turn, and that's going to allow for Kevin to once again keep this pressure up offensively. No Idea. They need to keep up that offensive pressure, and right now they're having trouble just even getting the ball downfield.
Oh, yeah, I mean, No Idea. Like you said, I mean, it's just not looking, I mean, it's just not working for them. Whatever they're doing, it's just not working. And they got to change things up. And they got to do it quickly because Spade already has a headlock on you. And it's not really easy to get out of that.
You know, we are talking a little bit of like a Debbie Downer here. We're saying, oh, no idea. They're struggling here. Granted, it's only been one game, right? They still have a lot of that time. But until we see them really show up like they did yesterday, we're going to keep going with that narrative. Because if it took them 3 games to even get activated yesterday and they had to pull the reverse sweep, I don't think Spate's going to let a reverse sweep happen. I don't think that the no idea, that full peak, I just feel like Spate, they have that will to at least get one. They'll take the time, they'll make the adjustments and come out on top. But that, of course, requires no idea to get started, which we know they are trying to do just as much as we're talking about.
Oh yeah, and just as you're saying that, a shot from Pigeon there is saved by Turbo. Oh, Turbo has an open net in front of him. Can he make...
Oh,
that was close, but luckily for him, Scythe is there to get the 1-0 in. Not a goal they would have liked. I mean, not a goal I like to see. It's just a lucky open goal. But they'll take it. They already grabbed the lead 2 minutes in, and well, kind of late if you ask me. But hey, they take a lead, and let's see for how long they can keep it for.
I mean, more importantly than them taking the lead, it felt like they at least just didn't give up a goal. That, right? Like, honestly, I think they would like to take this 0-0 goes to OT, because then they feel a little bit more confident. We only need 1 goal. We don't have to work our way back from a deficit. If Spate go out to that lead, your hopes just start to dwindle. So no idea. They're going to play with just this 1 goal lead. That's how they like to, or at least that should be their mental going into this series, because they know they have a tall task ahead of them. Now Kevin trying to strike this one forward. It's a double tap. Pigeon can't quite find the angle, so we'll have to just corral this one over to the corner. TNT sticking with it off the backboard, possibly. No, it's 50'd by Waves up towards the ceiling, and that will stop the attempt for Spate here. But no idea. Still happy with their 1 goal lead for the moment.
Oh, wow, he missed. Oh, man, I'm sorry to call you off there, but
No,
you
you're
just
good.
missed. Oh, there's open net. Yeah, Kevin taking that goal there, and well, I mean, I saw Pigeon just fly past it like a true pigeon, but he recovered himself perfectly to pass it in front of the net. Kevin was right there to finish it already, and well, he scored it. It's 2 minutes left, and well, 1-1 is his score.
Yeah, it felt like No Idea had made the mistake, and we were like, wow, that should be a goal. You could hear it with my intonation, but then it didn't come through. And so we were kind of curious. We were like, why didn't that ball go through? But, you know, one mistake will lead to others where players are forcing to use their own boost a little bit more. And so eventually those mistakes did add up to a goal. Maybe not directly just off of a pure whiff into an open net, but it still eventually led to those rotations having a little bit of an error, and then the equalizer found. So Spate happy with that result. Sure, not the cleanest for either of these teams when it comes to their goals this game, but a tie game nonetheless. And this has been, I would say, closer than the previous game. Obviously, with the first one going 3-0, definitely a bit different story here.
Oh, definitely, fully agree with you there. I mean, you can see No Idea kind of already getting out their shells and kind of getting out their homes a bit. Gonna get the feel of the play. Maybe they got it in too late. Maybe game 1 was just a fresh start for them to say, to kind of act to kind of get a feel for the game, eh?
I think there's certainly many different factors that go into this. I mean, Spate, they didn't play a game on Friday. Well, they did, but not in this playoff stage, right? They had the FF against their opponents. So now you go into this one maybe a little bit colder, or just with maybe not as much stakes ready for you. And you're thinking, okay, we just got to dive right into this. We're already in the semis after not doing all of that work. And maybe that's why we're seeing the slow startup. But you know, if you talk about the slow startup, then that possibly means a fiery ending for Spate right now. Just 5 seconds separating us from a game 2 overtime. And it looks like we are headed in that direction as Scythe knocks this one away. And the ball will fall indeed overtime in game number 2.
Overtime, game number 2. Well, this is going to be either a very quick one or a very long one. And well, there's almost the first goal there. Pigeon trying to air dribble that one in, but Turbo won't let it go that easily. It's going to be Turbo again in this corner trying to clear it out. Pigeon there to 50 him. Kind of dueling against the other side wall here. It's going to be TNT having to clear this one out as a lot of boost. So we're going to make a play for this side. That was going to be Pigeon left alone there, but he does his job and 50's hit with waves. Now he's going to clear it out, and he does so. Well, a double flip reset. Why not?
I mean, certainly any way that you can get it done, you'll certainly take it, but you got to make sure that you can set yourself up for an attack as well. Just a little bit of a miss there from Pigeon. Tried to get the extra mile going for them, and instead just ends up having the ball sent into their own end. Pigeon now with a 50 up in the air. It's read by Kevin, who pushes this one out of harm's way, but you feel like, oh boy, here comes Kevin now with the offensive attack. Waves gets dusted
Beautiful.
there with a fake, but seems like no shot will become of it. So a little risky, but still works out in both teams' favors. Nobody finding the goal just quite yet.
Nobody finding the goal quite yet, but TNT there found the goal, but Waves was right there to get that ball right out of that net. That's beautiful. It's going to be Sight with the shot now, but TNT with the backboard defense came off it perfectly and clears it out now. Going to be a 50 between TNT. TNT tried to dunk Turbo there. Turbo too smart for that. It's going to be Kevin clearing it out. Turbo with the intercept. It's going to be Pigeon being up now. He's kind of awkward, but he makes something out of it. That is extraordinary there. But, well, oh, it's a demo on Turbo there by Kevin, but it's going to lead to nothing as it's back into the safe haven in that corner, but right back boomed onto their side. Oh, that's an open net, and Side S won the second game.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was an own goal, but that one makes it a lot better, realizing that it's going towards your opponent's net. Scythe, yeah, just finds the open lane. And what did we say, right? No idea. They love to take this to OT, because then they only need one more. They're not playing from behind. You see what happens. They played so much better in that overtime, and now taking game 2 because of it. I think if they manage to take this to game 3 overtime, or even just keeping it at that low-scoring game, you're gonna see No Idea take this ride with the momentum.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And well, this is the game I was talking about. No Idea can pop out, but this is where it ends. Spade are gonna realize, okay, they won a game. Let that be their last. I think Spade are gonna win the next 3. That's my honest opinion, eh? I'm allowed to give my opinion in this free country. So, I will.
Sure. I mean, we're not really in a country. We're kind of in digital world. But, you know.
Same thing. Same thing.
Car soccer land. Coming to you soon with a new election. I don't know. Kevin for president? Sure.
Let's get Kevin for president on that. Oh, he would be good for it. He's quite good at the game, eh?
Hey, if skills were going to be the ones that would be who takes the series, so be it. But it's not. It's about the team play right now. And one player can't just carry you all the way through this. Every piece of the puzzle needs to be there. ENT pushing this one a little bit farther down, but Turbo will pick it on up.
Oh,
and
wow.
this one just sails its way almost into the net.
That would have been a beautiful corner of Psycho there. Not quite there. It was a beautiful save by Pigeon, who was paying attention on that Psycho there. I mean, I expected it to go in, but he wouldn't hear none of it.
Oh, coulda, shoulda, woulda. This one, little bit of a clear attempt by Waves there, and does at least get it out.
Wow.
But nobody left. Pigeon's just finding 2 to beat and flicks it over one, just the other.
My.
And there you go, Pigeon. That's the reason you're in this bracket so deep. Spade up 1-0.
That is extraordinary there. The beautiful fake onto a 50. Onto the flick, getting it both over both opponents. I mean, extraordinary work from Pigeon there to grab the lead for Spade. Although it's not that extraordinary, that clear by Kevin was not quite good, but let's see what Pigeon can make out of it. Not much, as Turbo is going to clear it out, but TNT is weighing in that corner. It's going to be off the backboard, but not quite on target. It's going to be Sight getting it. Oh, it's back on the backboard. A read from Pigeon there, and the follow-up from Kevin. It's going to be 2-0. I'm not sure how that ended up in, but it ended in. Beautiful read from Pigeon there. Waves wasn't really paying attention on that. Didn't have the beans for that, and well, took full advantage of that. 2-0.
Yeah, a little bit too close to the corner, and right there, you can't necessarily rotate around to the back post, find yourself an easy line. You're going to be awkward and kind of just have to hope. That's a little bit of an easy dunk for the attacker there. And so it does end up being a goal. We see with No Idea, they're doing a great job when they can fight around the midfield, right? When it's that back and forth tennis match. But if they get stuck in their goal, like we just saw, and even in game number 1 as well, if you get them 2, 3 players maybe stuck towards the net, low boost becomes a factor, and you see them start to struggle not finding that offensive pressure. It just leads to Spate having a free time. Now this time it's Pigeon going once again for the aerial attack, but it just falls down to Scythe, who does get the touch and allows for No Idea to at least have a breath of fresh air for the moment.
Oh yeah, No Idea. There's a bit of fresh air, but not there, as it's needed to get cleared out by Turbo there. It's going to be a 50 out towards Pigeon, and he shot it on the post. That was very close to becoming the 3-0. Fortunately for No Idea, it wasn't. And let's see if they can turn this into a counterattack. Well, they can, but it's intercepted there by TNT right onto the corner, onto Pigeon. But Pigeon, once again, fails to hit the target.
I saw the vision there, Pigeon. You can't quite just go for the straight-up shot because there's going to be a defender in the way, so you tried to force them, make something a little bit more unpredictable, and unfortunately, there's just too many cars. So your play just finds no avail, no fruits for your labor. But now, just time burned down, and that is a good thing for Spate, as they are up 2-0. All they need to do is stall this one out.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, they just gotta stall this one out, especially when you're already seeing you're already seeing some mistakes. You saw Pigeon and Kevin both jump for that ball, which is a double commit, which is the most dangerous thing you can do in threes, because you're leaving your teammate all alone on that save, and luckily he had it covered. But let's see, what can No Idea do here? Can they get the 1-2 in at least to get one back? Well, not for now. It's gonna be Kevin. Roaming around, doesn't have enough boost to make anything out of it. It's going to be Kevin with the touch to the sidewall. Beautiful bump from TNT to Scythe there. Is going to lead to nothing though. Oh, Kevin. Pinch there. Would have expected a bigger pinch. I'm sure he also did. But he's trying to make work of it. And, well, it's going to be a counter attack for No Idea now.
I mean, this is very much a possession game from Spate here. Right? They're just holding onto the ball, making sure they don't just donate it over away. Make sure you get your full attack and force the opponents to use that boost to make the defensive plays. Because otherwise, you're just playing a game of, I don't know, tennis, of Boomer, if you will, in the extra game modes, or even Heat Seeker, right? Where it's just players just sit back and forth, hitting the ball back and forth. Now Scythe with a chance here and will cash in. That's at least a little bit of hope, as No Idea find themselves on the board.
Indeed there. Quite a poor mistake there from Kevin, not staying at that back post where he needed to be. He didn't have any boost. He was already ready for that counter attack, and well, he shouldn't have. It's 1-2 now, and well, No Idea are coming a bit closer. Let's see how Spate are going to respond to that goal, because it's only 20 seconds. I'm sure they can keep this lead, right? It's not a big lead, but 10 seconds should be enough, right?
Surely. I mean, there's one final attack here. Scythe goes for the shot. Here comes Waves,
wow,
but
Kevin.
denied. And the ball will fall. Just can't quite get onto the hood of the No Idea cars. And so Spate will take game number 2. Back and forth goes this series, and so did the scoring in game number 3.
Oh, wow, that Kevin save at last moment was extraordinary there. Everyone was gone, and Kevin just came in from the midfield, went up to that and blocked it like a true champ he is. And, well, he did it. It was beautiful, and, well, he denied No Idea from getting into overtime there. But Spate, they won their second game. On to the fourth game. We'll see if they can get to match point, which is not an easy thing to do, especially when you see that No Idea are definitely crawling closer to that level Spate is at right now.
Yeah, definitely close to that equilibrium. Not quite there, though. Obviously, one team is winning. I mean, if you look at that stat, that's just 2 + 2 is 4 for you. But Spate right? They're not playing out of their minds. They're still playing consistently. And no idea, what did we say? If they kept the scoring low, they'd have better chances. They won in the OT game, they lost in the blowout game, and they kept it very, very close up until the last second in game number 3. So they got to keep with that game plan, stick to that defense, and then maybe throttle that offense over towards the final minutes of these games. But as we hop in now to game number 4, it's going to be do or die because you either tie the series up or you give your opponent match point.
Oh yeah, they gotta tie this up here. I mean, it's their only option. If they get Spade on match point, it only gets so far harder for them. They have to respond. They have to do it this game in Utopia Coliseum. Let's see how early or how late they're gonna do it. Maybe they're not even gonna do it. But there's still 4 minutes 30 to decide that. A lot of time in this game. Let's see how they can make work of it.
Cajun now the one to take this upwards. A little bit funky on the recovery, but still manages to keep the ball into the orange. And that will be a goal for TNT. Would you look at that? I mean, little anticlimactic, but still, any way that you can find the goal is a way to put yourself in the lead.
I mean, it was a good goal. Don't get me wrong, it was a very nice goal there. And well, 1-0 is already on the scoreboard for Spade here. And well, that only makes it thus harder for No Idea to get this comeback on and get it started. But Scythe, tries to make it easier, but I'm not sure what happened there, but a miss there. A bump on TNT is going to prevent him from making that 2-0. And that 1-1 was also very close, but a miss will do for Waves there. Oh my, that was something.
I mean, yeah, least. It's a little unfortunate. You see the vision, you might not have calculated it correctly, but you're just going to have to move on, right? The mental fortitude for these teams, you got to stay in it. You can't just completely check out if you make one mistake here or there. You just keep on going. You can't let this deficit get any bigger. And that's why Spate are such a great team, right? They just keep on pushing their advantage if they have one, whether it's, keeping on the scoring and keeping on the offense if they're up a few goals, or whether it's even if they give up one, they immediately just go back to full throttle. They'll send even a double commit and a triple commit even if they have to. And that is why Spate find themselves in so many close games, certainly ones that are high scoring.
Oh, definitely there, but Kevin was quite awkward there, but Pigeon is there to save it off the ceiling. He could read it, but Waves could also read that. It's going to be side now, right onto the sidewall. It's going to be Waves back on that corner sidewall there. But unfortunately for them, it's going to lead to nothing. For now, though, it's going to be Turbo now on the backboard, but Kevin clearing that one now. Waves right back onto it. Let's see what he can make of this, but nothing there. Pigeon has cleared it off the backboard, but the pressure is definitely on for No Idea.
Yeah, a great job for No Idea there, boost starving the opponents. I mean, Spate, they had nothing, and you just hope that maybe No Idea can iron out that rotation, get a solid chance, maybe top corner, maybe a passing play, something that allows for that no boost to be capitalized on. Unfortunately, they don't, and that's why you see them still down a goal as we find ourselves with about 2 minutes left. Solid 50 pushes it towards midfield. Pigeon, unfortunately, too low there, but TNT will stick with it. And again, more 50s towards this corner. It seems to be the theme for No Idea today. They just can't quite get that shot on net without the ball going to the corner first.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's their strategy, right? They just boom it into the corner and hope for the best that it bounces perfectly. And right there, you see another example of that. But, well, that one actually worked. That's going to be Scythe making the equalizer. And Spade, pay attention. No Idea I've woken up.
It was great movement by Turbo. I mean, you get the first touch over towards the corner, right? We said it was kind of there and you just hope for it. But then kind of rotates the car a little bit weird so that the defender doesn't know which way they're going with it. Do they plan to pin the ball in the corner? Do they try and center it out? Do they double it off their car? And that air roll was so important in that scenario. It allows for the shot to come through from a different player. And No Idea, they find themselves the equalizer. Just don't give it up this early. And they work so hard for it, and they will at least find the tie for a few more moments. Waves getting demoed, and TNT pushing this one all the way back down. It's up off the ceiling. Almost a double commit there, but Kevin calls Pigeon off TNT. It's a passing play to, well, the side wall because nobody's there. And it feels like as we enter this final minute, the scales have evened on up.
Oh yeah, it's even then. Well, 1 minute remaining. Oh, Kevin with that beautiful flick. It's on right onto the backboard. TNT can't read it, but it's blocked off. Now it's gonna be Pigeon bumped away by his own teammate. Kevin saw that and bring it right back to his safe corner there. Getting it right back to the other half, but they're gonna be blocked out. It's gonna be side now with the shot. It's gonna be on the backboard, but Kevin there has got it out. Let's see how he can clear it out though with the musty there. It's gonna be TNT round to the corner. He gets the read. Can he get to Pigeon? No, not before it reaches Scythe.
That was a great rotation from No Idea. They should be able to do something, especially off of that missed touch from one of those Spate players. Unfortunately, Kevin grabs their footing and will send a nice clear on out. It was OT that won No Idea their first game, and it could be what allows them to get their second here. Hopefully not needed. Kevin goes for a 50. Turbo's the one with the ball now. Flip reset. The ball finds the post and then the ground. No Idea possibly with the upper hand here as we find overtime in game number 4.
I mean, a kickoff like this can really change off things, hey. I mean, maybe it was what Spade was looking for, right? Just that little refresh of that kickoff, that 3 seconds of peace that they have. And right after that, it's going to be action there. Pigeon jumping for that, though. Scythe beats him there. Waves doesn't have a lot of boost there. I'm not sure what he's doing on that backboard. But he tries his best to get it in middle. And Scythe has got it to the court, or to the sidewalk, actually. Gets the read. And that is just falls in. And that is... I mean, the pass is even more beautiful than the goal itself there. It was just a tap-in. But, oh my. What a redirect from Pigeon. Or was that Pigeon that was Scythe? Pardon me there. To get it to game 4, yeah? Right,
Yeah,
game 5, I mean.
That was game 4, yeah. I mean, what a redirect, yeah, by Scythe, and then Turbo with beautiful placement. Team play, baby. That's what No Idea certainly love to flourish with, and it seems like they've got it going, but they haven't got it fully consistent, right? It's been that back and forth game. I want to see them keep on replicating it for a full 5 minutes. It feels like they only start to wake up towards that last few minutes of the game. Imagine what they would look like if they had 5 minutes of that last minute or that OT Rocket League. It just feels like they could honestly take this series 4-2.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's No Idea that, or definitely getting the upper hand there. It's just that Spade is once again, like we saw yesterday with the Pibs, slowly falling out of the picture, to call it like that. Like, that slow, like how I pronounce that sentence, that slow is how they're falling out of the picture. Well, it's just their own fault that they keep on making those mistakes, even though they started off very well in that first game. And now they're just throwing it all away. But luckily for them, it's all tied up in the series. Essentially a best out of 3 now, if you want to call it like that. And, well, let's see if they can get that mental reset to go on and drag this victory out. Because right now it's not looking like it, Ari.
I will say that if No Idea can bring this to the 7th and final game, I think they are going to take it. But Spate, they just get this one on the board and then pick up that 6th one. They are victorious, of course, because that would put them on 4. And really, Spate, it feels like they almost should be doing that at this point, but No Idea, once again, putting up a good fight. It's not the reverse sweep fashion that we saw from yesterday, but it is a little bit more comfortable because No Idea, I mean, you put yourself even 2 games apiece with Spate. They won the past 2 regionals, if I'm not mistaken, so this has got to feel really, really good regardless of the result, maybe in the whole entire major.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, oh, wait. Oh, my days. That was close round to the backboard, but... oh, my. I mean, it's really No Idea coming off with these saves. And I believe if it works like the second game they won and the first game they won, they're going to do better in the second half of this game, because this game has just been Spade so far racking up these attacks, but they just refuse to finish.
I mean, the shot's always important here, but also the quality needs to come through as well. And we talk about that consistency of how well can you get on the offense. Now, Kevin trying to grab this boost and go for the challenge. It's Pigeon that makes the challenge instead. Kevin's up for this one. Fakes the shot. Almost a perfect cinema. But instead, TNT does get denied halfway through this game. And I love what I'm seeing from Spate. But they got to cash in. They got to put something up on the board to show for it, because you can have all the possession and all the chances in the world, but if one goal doesn't go your way, that's a GG.
Oh, definitely. There's almost going to be TNT taking it over there, but not quite. It's going to be Waves now, sending it in for Scythe once again, but Scythe failing to finish. Going to be TNT on the counter-attack. Pigeon there, 50 with Turbo. Now it's back onto that corner. Onto the backboard, Waves clears it out. It's going to be TNT now. 17 boosts, doesn't have a lot of boosts to work with. Still follows the ball anyway. 50 is in there. Kevin takes it to the corner. Pigeon to take over. Leaves that boost for his teammate there. It's going to not bounce off the ceiling, which is weird to me. Also to Pigeon. I think he hoped for the ceiling bounce there. They had a little bit more control over that ball. But luckily for them, it didn't end up for a goal. As of now,
for sure. I mean, it feels like one of these goals is going to come through. It just feels inevitable. And eventually, these onslaught of shots will break through the defensive walls. Just the question is, for which side will it be? A whiff there, and that will do it.
Oh, my.
That'll do it, Kevin. I mean, that's a gift, I would say, for Spate.
Oh, yeah, that's a gift they should take, and they did it. They took it. And now, to make this gift as perfect as you can, for crying out loud, please win this game, because if you get gifts like that, if you even lose it, you're gonna be like, okay, well, we didn't perform like how we should have.
Well, Spate just need to take it and make sure it's not overtime, because seemingly that's the only way No Idea can win a game, is if it does go to overtime. So just don't even score at this point. Just focus on the defense. I know it's easier said than done, and obviously you want to play to win instead of playing to not lose. But in this final minute, it feels like Spate, they had their chances in the first few. It started to slow down. Maybe they do just want to play a little bit more conservative here. Heaven pushing this one on forward yet again, burning that time down, sticking with it. Scythe can't quite get that touch. Pigeon pops it up and goes for the double, make it 3 touches, 4, and this one goes in. 4 touches from Pigeon to put a second on the board for Spate.
Oh, wow, that flip reset perfectly placed right in the middle of the net. And, well, that goal speaks for itself, right, Ari? That goal speaks for itself. Beautiful. And they're 2-0 up. And they're about to be on match point. But we're also about to be on Neo Tokyo. And, well, you know what that means.
I totally do, and by that I mean I have no clue, but that's okay, because Spate. Hey, you know what? Don't judge
I'll
me,
explain.
okay?
Don't worry.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can explain it to the viewers during mid-break or at the end of the series. Who knows? But either way, Spate seems like they have this game under lock. It was close about until halfway, and then the gift for Kevin, followed up by heroics from Pigeon, will make it 3-2 Spate and put them on series point.
Series point indeed. Not until the ball drops. And, well, there it is. There it is. The ball drops. Spate take it on to game 6. They are on match point, but like I said, we're going to go on to Neo Tokyo. And Neo Tokyo...
So what's the deal? What's the deal?
It's a game where someone's either on match point or someone either has to make a comeback to go to game 7.
Well, yeah, I get that.
That was the old gist of it.
Oh, okay. I thought there was something funny where it's like, oh, it's Neo Tokyo. I don't know. You're going to stare at the fish in the wall. I know that's Aquadome, but like you get my point. I thought maybe there was more to it, but no. I guess it is just the pressure that goes on the teams, one having to come back and the other just needing to cross that line. And of course, Spate, the one closer to doing so. They pull off 8 shots in this game compared to No Idea's 2 shots for No Idea. No wonder they probably didn't score any goals that game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, only 2 shots. Come on here. We have a team that's has placed 8 shots on target there. And well, 2 of them are scored. It's not it's not a good finishing rate, but if you score more than the other team, you win. Hey, that's how it works. You know.
I like
That's
that
it.
logic.
That's the logic there.
No idea. I mean, what do you do here, right? You could take the timeout here, but it seems like they're opting not to, right? Both of these teams do have timeouts available after the completion of each of these games, and it feels like they really should have used it there, but maybe just being confident in their efforts, not trying to lose the momentum. They've gone blow for blow for blow every single game in this series, so they're hoping that maybe they can just find their response yet again, and maybe, just maybe this time it won't result in an overtime.
Yeah, and let's hope for them it isn't gonna go back to overtime because, well, so far they have only lost their overtimes and they don't want to do that again because that means they're gonna go onto Champions Field. And you said it before, if we go on Champions Field, it probably is gonna be no idea taking the upper hand there.
Yeah, it feels like the fatigue for Spate would just be too much at that point. It feels like they're already to the point where we lost 3 games against these guys. I mean, we should have already 4-0 swept them. I'm not agreeing with it. This is just how I assume Spate sound in their VC. Either way, they are a very confident team. And so to be challenged this hard definitely is going to make them doubt themselves. And the further that the series keeps on going will mean the more shaky the gameplay is, theoretically.
I mean, let's hope for them they aren't gonna. Oh, well, there it is. 1-0. I don't even. I'm not even gonna finish my sentence because that just answered my question there. Are they able to bring this game and end it and make it not go to Game 7? Because that would be ideal, but because no idea have been in Game 7s. They have reverse swept yesterday in my eyes, so yeah. I'm not sure, but I think Spade will win out.
I mean, regardless, this major has certainly been a treat. I think any one of these 4 teams on their good days can take the regional, and I'm sad that we honestly don't even get to see a 3rd place match because that one I'm sure would be a great feat here. You have a chance for no idea, but can't quite land the shot. It's barred down this time. It's half in, half out. But half and half is not going to go well here in Rocket League, only in your coffee, and I'm all out of coffee right now.
Oh, well, at least I know no idea are going to need that coffee. They want to take this to Game 7. They're going to need to stay up a lot because we've already been in this game for approximately 50 minutes, and, well, that is a big time. That is a lot of time.
TNT finding the challenge over towards this midfield. Waves picks it on up, trying to keep pushing forward, but no luck there. Not enough boost to really do anything, as well as no help from the teammates. Just nobody in position. Waves with a decent touch to center it out, but again, no capitalization. Pigeon will push this one on out, and it feels like every time No Idea had this ball centered, there's just no one there. So I think No Idea need to think ahead just a tad more, get that person into position instead of having 2 players back for boost or somebody stuck in the corner fighting somebody else with bumps. It just feels like once you can get that ironed out, you're going to take the lead. But you don't have that much time to fix that problem, and you only have 2 minutes.
Oh, you only have 2 minutes to at least get a goal, to at least tie it up. And well, that would be suffice for them. I mean, they know they can win overtimes. They've already done it twice. They have already done it many times yesterday also. So, I mean, it's just about focusing up, and it's, I know it's only 1.5 minutes, but still. At least get a goal, right? It's not hard. Oh, it is hard, but come on. 1 goal.
It is hard. Well, it's hard. They didn't do it in the first game either. So I think that's a combination, right, of Spate playing well on the defense as well as No Idea needing to play well on the offense. And TNT almost, with the redirect of a lifetime, just gets denied. Kevin, whether the fake was intentional or not there, will end up giving the ball to Turbo. Stolen right back by TNT, who goes for the pinch. It's out for Pigeon. A light touch just to keep hold of the ball. And TNT now going to play the nuisance role. Can't quite do enough damage to remove all of the defenses, but still solid pressure. Wait a minute. This ball is on the goal line, and it's an own goal that could possibly seal the deal in this series. Spate take a 2-0 lead.
They take a 2-0 lead and officially classified as own goal there. Waves try to come in there and save it, but unfortunately for him, he missed it. Or, well, he didn't miss. He shot in his own net. But, yeah, it's done and dusted, Ari. It's done and dusted. 3-0 is already in off the kickoff. If people are watching without any video, it's 3-0. 44 seconds remain, and Spade are about to finish it all off and get to the grande finale.
As I say, the only way there's a comeback here is if we see a kickoff goal. Like, really, you need to score one here, no idea. And that ball getting sent in the corner does not make me feel any better, although that shot does, but just too many defenders. Spate realizing the only way that they could lose this is to not play the defense. And so what are they going to do? Play defense. Now they chuck a shot towards net, doesn't quite find landing, but that's okay. If they win 4-0 or 3-0, it doesn't really matter. The goals don't matter in the standings. Just for confidence, Pigeon pushing this one down, and it feels like now a victory lap for Spate, as there's no chances left for No Idea. Spate tested during the series, but it will not matter. No Idea fall, and Spate are one of two grand finalists.
Hey, I mean, I really want to hear Mel's voice on that casting deck in a bit, on that deck, because, well, he said he was right and he totally had it wrong. No Idea definitely didn't win here, but hey, they did a good job. They unfortunately lost, and I mean, a third to fourth place. I mean, I think would take it, right? They had a big day yesterday with that reverse sweep. Unfortunately, today, not being able to make it through to the final. A 4-2 will do. They got 2 games off of Spate. I think it's enough to be proud of, right?
I mean, yeah, you certainly have to be proud of your performance. Not only today, but yesterday, the whole rest of the major. And I think they're still going to be in champs, so we'll still see more from them. And by the way, I do have to defend Mel here. I think Mel said that Spate was going to win, but wanted No Idea to win.
You said No Idea. You said No Idea for it.
Either way, we'll have Mel tell you later. I'm sure Mel will be on one of the desks, or if not, stick around in chat. We'll be right back. And when we do come back, we'll have yet another game of Rocket League for you in the Spate Championship Series. We'll see you then.
Raise the line, you can take your time. Ready, set, go. Raise the time. Raise the line, you can take your time. Ready, set, go. Raise the time. I will always be the one that's right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
We were playing with fire. Everything turned to dust. When we aimed to fly higher, we got lost and dragged each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was what felt right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with a grand finalist decided. Spate is going to be moving on and be our first grand finalist of the night. We still have one more spot in the grand finals up for grabs. Here, joining me on the desk before we get into that matchup, returning from the booth is Ari and Aaron, and joining us for the first time tonight, a feisty Taquito. Feisty, how are you doing tonight?
It's been a long day, bro. It's been a very long day, but I'm glad I was able to pop in here and catch most of that first match. So, and also excellent casting, you guys.
Yeah, great shout from the duo that is now joining us back. But yeah, that was a very interesting matchup. Went to 6. Got to give credit to Mel when Mel is right. Mel is right. Called the team and the games. But Aaron, I want to go over to you first, just because you got to see this No Idea team sweep, or reverse sweep rather, the Pip squad, and you were in the booth for that. You got to see the chaos from this team and their excellence that they brought on Friday. What was just kind of different going up against this Spate team, or was this Spate roster just much more dialed in than they were?
I noticed the same pattern like yesterday from game 1. They keep on building their momentum. They keep on playing better during game 1. They play better, and then 2, 3 onwards. And while they did a good job at that, but Spate today were just a bit more paying attention than Pips were yesterday, because Pips were, we're 3-0 up. Let's just throw everything away that we have. And Spate were like, okay, let's focus up, boys. They focused up. Unfortunately, they got to game 7 for them, but fortunately for them, they got to finish it out there. And good job on them. They played really well.
Yeah, from the jump, Spate, they looked like they were just a little less rusty than this No Idea squad. No Idea, there were some open nets that, they got turned into passing plays, whether intentionally or not. And Ari, I know that you said on the opening desk, it was kind of a coin flip, right? It was whoever was going to strike first and strike while the iron was hot, who was going to start out kind of with that momentum. And this Spate squad definitely did, even though they did look pretty shaky to start off. Both teams just weren't locked in from the jump. But do you feel like Spate took advantage of No Idea not responding as quickly as they would have anticipated and rode that momentum through? Or was No Idea really just that off today?
Well, it did say no lead changes would be there just due to Spate. Like, if Spate are just as themselves, whether that's average, whether that's crazy, you're going to see them take the momentum that they have. And when they take that first game, it immediately means, okay, they've got it in them. They're going to show up today. It's just about how cleanly can they do it. And so they managed to pull through on 6. Again, not the cleanest we'd expect from them, but still a solid showing. Certainly something that they do need to iron out for the grand finals, though, for whoever ends up facing them. But I think that No Idea, they had a decent showing. It's just, it did not compare at all to what we saw from them the day prior, or excuse me, on Friday, when they reverse swept. It wasn't that same team, and unfortunately today it needed to be.
All right. Well, we are now getting into our next matchup of Pirates on a Bot versus Paws Up. Two teams who have had their ups and downs, their ebbs and flows. We touched a lot on this team and what this matchup means going into grand finals. But let's do some real quick predictions here with a roster of Taco Stash, Slayer, and Duckworth. Sorry, I totally blanked on that for a second. Going up against the confirmed trio of Night 11 next. Feisty, let's start with you. Who do you have making it to grand finals to play Spate for that major championship, and in how many games?
And we really got to talk about the fact that Paws Up made it here. What was it, 4-1, correct? Over Little Birds?
Yeah.
That is an insane win for Paws Up. And of course, your reward is playing a team that typically makes it to the top 4 in Pirates on a Bot. Now, with a third that I'm not used to seeing, maybe Next has played, I'm not sure, but that's a new name that I'm not used to seeing on Pirates on a Bot. This could be a bit of a different matchup. I'm not going to say that it gives Paws Up the edge, but I do think that Paws Up are coming into this match with some momentum. That being said, I would like to see a game 6, but I think it's still, no matter how you flip the statistics, numbers don't lie. This match definitely favors Pirates on a Bot.
All right, Pirates on the Bot, the favorites for Feisty here. I'm going to give Aaron a chance to think about it, so I'm going to go to Ari first. Ari, who do you have winning this one and in how many games?
Well, I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. We're seeing all upsets, or we're seeing no upsets. And we saw Spate take down in 6 against No Idea. So I'm going to say the same thing. Pirates on a bot take down Paws Up in 6. That's just aligning with what I said earlier. I'm sticking with it.
All right, sticking to your guns. And Aaron, final man on the desk. You get to be the last say. Who are you going to curse today? And by curse, I mean, who are you going to take?
Well, yesterday I saw Pirates on a bot taking it to game 7. If I'm not mistaken, they went to game 7, right?
Yeah.
They went to game 7 there, and Balls Up really had a good showing against Little Birds, who are arguably like a top 4 team, if you ask me, or ask Feisty, of course. But
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
I mean, I don't see Pirates on the bot taking this very easily. I think this will go to game 7, but I think Pirates on the bot will definitely come out the longer end and grab the victory in game 7.
All right. Well, the desk has made it that much harder for Pirates on a bot to win here, as we got a clean sweep across the board for Pirates on a bot. Moving on to the grand finals. Let's go ahead and get into the action with Mel and Llama to take you into the booth.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the match up tonight that can reshape the tournament. In the blue corner, it's the battle-hardened Pirates on a bot, the second seed roster that was once favored to win the major, only to fall short in the semifinals of the first major. Throughout this split, they faced heartbreak against Spate Esports, losing to them twice, once in the finals and once in the semis. However, tonight they are the heavy favorites today against Paws Up, who they have defeated once before. They're hungry to reach the finals and looking for a shot at revenge. In the orange corner, it's the underdog Warriors, Paws Up, the 6th seed, who's been defying expectations all season. Will Pirates on a bot continue their march to the grand finals, or will Paws Up achieve the upset of the tournament? So let's get ready to lock up and let's roll. Llama, let's get it on.
Let's get it. A great introduction to these two great teams. You already talked about the Pirates on a bot squad, battle hardened, not only in the weekly events, but here in Spate as well, trying to take the series as quickly as possible. Or no, playing off in the grand finals if they do win this matchup, but still a best of 7 ahead of them that they're going to have to win. We're hopping on in here, Mel, to game number 1, Paws Up versus Pirates on a bot.
Oh, and what an upset this would be for Pirates, for Paws Up rather, if they could come away with this against the number 2 seed Pirates on a bot. Coming into this major, going into the last one, they were the number 1 seed. They won 2 regionals. This split, they've played every single regional and haven't been able to win either. That's something that they're not used to doing. They're used to winning, at the very least, 11 Naya. They're used to winning every single event that they play in, from Frost to Stride, even to Spade Esports. And not winning after playing all 3 regionals is something that they're not accustomed to. And this will most definitely be a test for the finals.
It'll definitely be a test for them. And you talk about winning again on Mondays on Frost. They are 8 weeks undefeated in a row. I've kind of gotten to see them try out a couple of different thirds as well. Next has looked the strongest in that role and enables both Lev and Naya, enables their passing play, and you're seeing it from this early offense they're bringing out to the field. In this first minute, they're bringing it. They're making sure to keep the pressure on. For Paws Up, though, luckily they have kept the net empty until Naya takes a shot, bounces it off the right post, and scores first.
Yeah, and this is what they will do to you. Classic Pirates in a bot. Next to Big 50 playing it off the backboard, starving the other team of boost. No boost to go up to challenge that. Naya, an easy shot, placing it into the right corner. And that is exactly how Pirates on a bot expected to start out here. And for sure, that's how they're going to want to continue going in to the rest of the first game.
Definitely want to continue this offense. Want to try and, like we said, build the confidence up here in game number 1. It's not a feeler game for you. It's a feeler game for Pause Up. You are the team that is coming in with the confidence that is supposed to win here. So you got to stamp your mark on the series, provide that aerial offense as well. Naya just getting in their face, provides an extra shot even after the play. And talking about those shots in the first 90 seconds, Pirates on a bot, 6 shots, Pause Up 1.
Yeah, and that continues again. That's another shot added on by Lev. Number 7. Here's Duckworth playing it down over to Slayer. Just tries to force his way through into the blue half as much as they can. Pause Up. They're trying to bring the pressure. They have history of upsetting against really good teams. The best teams in Collegiate Rocket League. They've got the history of upsetting the best teams all over the place. That shot from Duckworth goes awry. Slayer's going to have a free shot at this to the far right corner, but Lev able to take it away.
Lev, the mastermind on defense, always comfortable in that third row, and then switches it up to the first man, takes it right to the net, takes a great shot, and then Naya for the passing play. The trio is back, baby, and it's a double up for Naya.
Oh, what a play here from Next to put it off the backboard. Taco Sash couldn't get a touch on the ball. Naya's got a free ball with an open net from point blank range. There is no way he misses a shot from that range. Naya automatic to start the first game.
Absolutely hitting on all cylinders. Of course, 2-goal lead, not the biggest ever here with half this game left to play. Pause Up still some time to earn things on back, but Pirates on a bot definitely stamping their mark on the beginning of this series. 9 shots, 2 goals, and been spending a lot of time down here in the offensive zone. That's the one thing for Pause Up. They just haven't had as much offensive control or control over the air. You're seeing the Naya Lev duo again just find that synergy, find these passes to even get themselves out of their own zone, and then setting themselves up for success in that orange side.
Yeah, and now they've got to find a way now to come back down from 2. They play their best game Rocket League. When they're down, they may be down by 3 here. Next can get around the ball. Naya trying to go for it. Next decided to call him off. It's his own ball now. Reset goes off the backboard. Couldn't get back to it. Stalled in the midfield. Naya goes up early here. Gets the handoff from Next. Lev waiting in the second man position on the wall, but gets intercepted by Duckworth, who may have another shot at this, but Next. Great interception. And once again, it's the building pressure. Now, the question is, they've got all this building pressure. They've gone back and forth with the roster and Pause Up in their own half. Now, when can Pause Up finally find their clean strike, their clean winner? That could have been an opportunity. Pass into the midfield, Slayer to Duckworth, who's not in position, and that's got to be something that changes.
Got to be changing here soon. With that shot, Lev again, third man, last man makes the save. And you talk about clean opportunities, it hasn't really been any from Pause Up. The interceptions from Pirates on a bot before it becomes that dangerous scenario are just too good. They're headed into the final minute with a 2-goal lead, trying to start out this series with a win. However, Next did lose control of their footwork up there in the sky. Lev has to bail them out here on the offensive side. The unfortunate thing is, Pause Up has no boost. Even if they were going to get out here, can't really do anything as Next dunks it in.
Yeah, here we go into the midfield open. Naya found it crossfield. Now from inside the box, point blank range. Taco Stash puts that one a little bit further out of danger. Next, almost 50s it into the bottom right corner as Midnight is about to strike on game number 1. No hope for Pause Up in the rest of the match, and now this game comes to an end. The exact start that Brizan wanted for his roster in Pirates on a Bot in game number 1 has been provided. Extra goal? No, sir. Another post hit, this time by Slayer. Pirates on a Bot take the first game.
They take it in style. It's not a massive blowout lead. It's not like a 5-0 or anything, but the important thing is they won, they got their teamwork and passing plays going, and they shut out Pause Up. Even if they didn't get the most goals on their side, they didn't allow Pause Up to get a feel of their offense on the other side. Every single time they tried to get a pass going, they were intercepted, they were bumped away, or they were sent packing back towards their own half. The good news, Mel, is it's only game number 1. We still have a long series ahead of us.
Yeah, and Pause Up are hoping for a long series. Pirates and the Bot, not so much. And they have started out the exact way that I personally thought that they were going to start out. Because Pause Up, they know how to raise their level. It's just a matter if they can keep the level once they raise it. Because playing from behind is just their specialty. But now Pause Up, they playing from behind against this level, this informed Pirates on a Bot roster is going to be something of a very hard task. Pirates and a Bot, they're up for the task. Pause Up, we'll have to see going into game number 2 on Forbidden Temple.
Well, we'll see if they can change those results and hopefully battle back, because it does feel like, again, Pirates on a Bot, very experienced. You talk about Naya making even a top 16 in RLCS. You're playing against a level of experience that knows how to play from ahead. We'll hop on here into game number 2 and see if Pause Up can change the results.
Yeah, and Pause Up as well. Their names in Collegiate Rocket League, they always come out, they lose to the worst teams, the teams that are lower than them, and win to the teams that are much higher than them. So people never really know what to place them. It just depends on the bracket that they get. So them coming into the semifinals of a major, it doesn't surprise me, but it surprises the rest of the Space Esports population with the competition that we've had this entire season.
Competition's been good, ever increasing. Look at that touch off the bottom of the card from Lev. It doesn't find any space, unfortunately, to fill in between that crossbar. But this is, again, just the confidence. Every sort of shot can be a scoring shot from this Pirates on a Bot roster. However, nice little defensive structure so far for Pause Up. Their rotations have been good enough to deny any sort of goals from flying on in until Lev, Naya grouping up off the backboard. There's the duo again, striking first blood for Pirates on a Bot.
Oh, that is brilliant by Lev. The touch over Duckworth, going to the wall, getting the reset past Slayer, opening up for Naya. That is sensational. We've seen it so many times before. Lev, the mechanical genius, he's a playmaker. He's a person that will get you the goals. That is a absolutely phenomenal play by a star player. Pirates on a Bot, that is the way, one of many ways that they can and will get their goals.
It's a duo that has found its success so many times, from 2 years ago under the Platstrats banner to being under Lotus 8 and then splitting up, finding success all around. It is a squad that knows where each other is at every single moment, it feels like. Playing under one brain. Unfortunately, the brain right now doesn't have too much boost, but the shot is going to go a little bit wide. Would have loved to see a goal, a battle back there from Pause Up, because now Nex is going the other way. Pancake against the backboard. Duckworth has descended safely to the corner.
And that was dangerous. What an attack that would have been from Pirates on a Bot as they continue to up the ante here. Here is Nex, who puts it off the backboard with a little bit of resistance from Pause Up. The save off the reset double off the backboard from Nex. Slayer with the save. Taco Stash around one. Has the flip saved for late. Ran out of momentum there with the speed. Can't get the bump either. Slayer enters the play really late. Lev past him. Duckworth trying to go by himself. Duckworth does it by himself. And it's a tie game.
Nobody's gonna stop the Duck from being able to get back to the pond, into the blue side, and then just forces their way on in. It's a goal that Pause Up really needed at this point for how much pressure they were facing since this point. By the way, that's their first goal scored here in the series. So to start it off here, to equalize things out after the Lev Naya duo found that first, it's a nice little resetter on the momentum here in the series. They're getting their offense going, and it's going to be Duckworth again denied on their shot before they can get to it. Now Nex has got some boost. Once he got up in the sky, goes for the mistouch instead as things simmer down on that orange side.
Yeah, and Pirates on the Bot have to be careful not get complacent, because once they make a mistake, Pause Up, they've got the quality to jump on it. No matter whatever level they say they are or you think they are, Pause Up will turn up at whatever time they want to. And if they're playing down, they will make sure it's against a play, the run of play, that makes a mistake. And right there, that was a big mistake made, but Lev, the 1-2 counter punch into the top right corner to take the lead.
Talk about those mistakes. You make them against such a great team. You try to overcommit. They're going to punish you every single time. And we said it before, every single touch, they can score from anywhere and everywhere. Doesn't matter if it's in the paint right next to the net or at that half-court line. 2 minutes left to go. Pirates on a bot, and Naya is just going to drive to the right post. He is bigger. He is better. The smile on the face adds a third for the team.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Naya by himself and the demo underneath the reset pass. What are you joking me? This is prime and absolutely on point in form. Pirates on a bot here in this series off the kickoff again. Can you stop this team, really? You come off, you do that, you get dismantled, then off the kickoff, you've lost your guard and have had necks go right past you. Are you joking?
They just don't stop. They keep the momentum going, and we can kind of go back in time to that 2.5-minute marker where it was all fun and game for Pause Up. They had just equalized out this game in the matter of 40 seconds. Pirates on a bot re-extend their lead to 3. They also had the team hat trick if that wasn't enough. Naya went away from their own hat trick, and it's just scrambling on this defensive side. Pause Up gets a good redirect, but it's not enough to score, and they have to stem this bleeding quickly. Mel, I wouldn't want to wait until the final 30 seconds to score 3 goals.
Oh yeah, this is going to have to be a really willing effort by Pause Up. We know that they can turn up whenever they feel the need to. They need to feel the urgency to do it now, and I'm sure they do, but getting past this roster is going to be one heck of a thing to figure out. Here's Taco Stash, and he's just lost his momentum as well. Duckworth, he's up early. Next went really late for the ball. Now Lev. Oh boy, here we go. Off the ceiling, Taco Stash. Can he get the touch? Yes, but it stalls out in the blue half. That gives an opening for Naya to maybe come through with something. Taco Stash, Duckworth, Slayer. There, the control and the goal. Well, there's one of what needs to be many for them to come back into the game.
It's 1 of 3, and it's confidence. They get the bump, they get the pass upfield, and Lev jumps just a little bit too early, had some boost in the tank. 40 seconds, 2 goals. That's what Pause Up is going to have to do right now. Unfortunately, they've only had 4 opportunities, and leaving a shot like this dangerous. Luckily, no boost for the oncoming Pirates that are on that bot right there. Naya adding another shot towards their tally and continuing the offense forward. Mel, they're just holding on possession. They don't want to give Pause Up anything.
Yeah, and look at this. Being able to control the pace of play, remaining on the ball at all times. Pause Up, you can play like this when the game's tied. Maybe when you're down 1 with a lot more time on the clock, but when this roster is up by 2-0, they are suffocating you. They are not giving you any hope for the future as this ball is lingering in the orange half. Game number 2, Pause Up are about to go down. Love 2 in the series to Pirates on the bot, who when they're in this position have us essentially at the very least a 95% win ratio from this spot. Now Pause Up needs to do something miraculous.
I mean, we saw some glimpses of what they really need to do sort of towards the end, somewhat in the middle of that game, but it was never cohesive enough to be able to battle back. And for Pirates on a bot, it's always something, right? What are you going to do even when you're tying things up? You can't stop their kickoff strats. They're just making crazy aerials in the air. And the other thing is confidence. They have that absolutely spilling out of every pore. You're not able to step up and win these 50s, and they are just punishing you so hard because of it. Pause Up, they really need to win this next game, or Pirates on a bot are going to have 4 opportunities to close things out.
And you cannot give Pirates on the bot that many opportunities, because they will most definitely score one of them, and likely not on Champions Field. They will end it really quickly. I spoke to Brizine before the match. I said, what's the score in this match? I think he said 4-0 or 4-1, and I said, you know what? I love the confidence, and right now it's looking like they're executing the game plan, the play style that they've gone over before this as well. So I am 100% confident that Pirates on a bot can close it out. Pause Up need to put themselves in a position to prevent that from happening, and that position is game 3 to them.
They need this game 3. It's got to go their way, and they've got to start it off by not going into a deficit. I know it's easier said than done against this Pirates on a bot roster. We saw some of their passing plays, though. We saw how they can attack the air just a little bit. They're going to need these demos. They're going to need some physicality to show what they can do. Next, luckily, going to respawn on that correct side. Taco's going aerial, and Lev intercepting between the two. No passing play to be created, and the upfield play is going to be nice for Nex, who has a kind of 2v2 as this possession realigns itself. Ozzup starting good and need to really capitalize here soon to get on the board.
Yeah, and once they are able to get on the board, then it's a matter of how do we hold ourselves from there? Pass infield from Taco Stash. From the back wall of Pirates on a bot, goes awry with a big 50 out. Next, demo on Slayer, loses possession and his footing into the midfield. This one goes from Taco Stash, not yet clears it away. Lev, no boost, pops it up. Next, waiting, faking, over the top of one. Is there a follow? It is. Not yet, a little bit late to that ball though, and Slayer gets equal to it as that gets pushed back into the blue half.
Back to the blue part, back to the ocean for the Pirates here as they push their way on up. They are a bit far forward right now, but could just look for this offensive play, get those rotations back in order, spend the time as Lev looks to just take out the entirety of that backline blocking on the goal side. It has only been one shot in total between these two teams here in the first minute and a half. A little bit slower. You feel like it does help out Pause Up, but doesn't help him when there's a 3v1. Next with a denial of the double touch, and Duckworth played that so well, gets it out of danger, but Netya should be able to recover on the other side.
Yeah, great job by Duckworth in a 1v3 situation there. Next wanted to go for the double tap. No one called him off it, and I really, if you're at the level that he is, I think I would trust him there to go for the double tap, but Duckworth being able to jump onto the backboard, getting that pinch away is absolutely clinical. But now they need to remain clinical. They cannot remain on defense because this is exactly what's going to happen. Do not let Pirates on a bot be able to get you in that groove where they're able to suffocate you and then force you to make a mistake and give away a goal. Here we go again with Taco Stash faking past one. Not yet, not following for it whatsoever. Gets the boost. Here's Taco Stash, has to deal with this off his own back wall. Left passes it infield. Next, trying to do something there. Duckworth with Taco Stash upfields an offensive lineman. Doesn't work. It does not. Next, squishy saving to get the ball out.
Next on a roller coaster in the back of that net, able to step up to it, make the save, and settle things on down for the team. As we mentioned, has been a lower scoring game, lower shooting game for both these two teams. If we battled over this possession up in the sky for most of these first 3 minutes. Shot there is going to be bouncing around and somehow find its way on in. Taco Stash will give Pause Up the first blood and the lead.
Pause Up finally break through. A great job by Taco Stash on the goal line to be able to get that dunk. Slayer setting that up immaculately as well. Pause Up have their first lead of the series, and ironically enough, it's in game 3. That's usually where they are able to compete the best against teams that they've had to play down from. Here's Taco Stash, has to deal with that ball going awry. Now it is Duckworth who plays it infield to nobody. Slayer gets beat. He's got no boost. There's no one left. Does Duckworth get back? He does not. A floater goes in, and Next ties the game for Paratanabot.
Just feels so bad, too. I mean, the way it is done off of the own goal, you have to make an attempt at it. But especially when you were leading, you know you have to make the play. You know you have to send it on in, and just doesn't have the boost or the angle to send it too far up. Pirates on a bot capitalize off the mistake, and Next off the kickoff. Gets a little bit of a good touch, but unfortunately doesn't have any boost. That corner boost was already taken away as well from Duckworth. Pirates on a bot back in this game, though, after new life breathed in from Next shot. 60 seconds left to go, and again, what's on the line here? If Pirates on a bot win this game, they'd be on series points.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they know. That's why they start to hunt as well, but they're being careful not to give anything up. But once they smell blood in the water, that is when they strike. Here's Netya. He's got Next under him. Netya doing it by himself. That is sensational. That is off another plane. Netya exceeding expectations here in the semifinal.
Yeah, he's smiling after that one. Beautiful, beautiful solo play after what was 4 minutes of silence from this team. They're able to get super loud. They have got 2 back-to-back goals, and they have got the lead for themselves. They've got game number 3 in their crosshairs. Pause Up is going to have to do something, and it's got to be in this next 30 seconds. But unfortunately, Pirates on a bot again suffocating them out, giving them no sort of possession.
Yeah, and once again, they are starting to feel the pressure. Taco Sash alleviates it for now. It's open for Slayer, but Lev gets back down. Unbelievable. Taco Sash has to react, but in a very odd way. He stalls the ball in the midfield. Lev gives it up to Next, who cannot make contact. Duckworth goes quickly. He's got Slayer behind him. He's got to wait for what Lev's going to do. He's unsure. Now Taco Sash is up. Puts it off the backboard. Naya controls it past 1. Slayer goes up to keep it up. Taco Sash is there, but Next beats both of them. And Pirates and Bot have 3 match points.
Wow. They get 3 games in a row, and now they can see the grand finals in their sightlines. Just 1 more game win, and they are moving there. They could even do it here in this next one with a sweep. And honestly, it was a good game for Pause Up to start things out. For 4 minutes, like we talked about, matching the energy of Pirates on a bot, keeping things, and then scoring first. But unfortunately, you forgot about Naya. I hope you didn't, because man showed off in that game.
I tell you, the goal that he got in that game gave me goosebumps. I thought he was going to lay it back off to Next because he had Next right behind him. But, oh, baby, the sauce. You've got to be joking me. That was sensational. Coming off of the ceiling, double tapping it off the ground into the bottom left corner by yourself. That's this guy. Sometimes makes me forget what it is to be human when you're playing a video game like that. That is sensational. Pirates on a bot, they're going to have 4 chances to end this. The question is, when do they do it? On the first one, second, third, or fourth, if it even gets to that point?
It's really tough for Pause Up. You got to play the best Rocket League you can. Got to try and win 4 in a row. For Pirates on a bot, a similar situation. Winning, it is what they do best. All it takes is 1 more game as we hop on into game number 4. Pirates on a bot already bringing the aerial offense.
Oh, that is amazing. Already continuing what they had from last game, starting to put the pressure on, starting to suffocate, but that's now what Pause Up need to do from the scenario. Here's Next, puts it off the corner wall, gets it taken away. Here comes Taco Sash and Slayer. They combine. Slayer, the pinch out. Is there anyone downfield? No, they need to be someone downfield waiting to jump on things and opportunities like that. Taco Sash needs to dish that in the back of the net. That had to be it. That was their best opportunity so far this game. It's going to be interesting to see if they have any more that match it early on.
That was 2 back-to-back great opportunities, like you were mentioning, Matt. Kind of you feel bad they didn't get to lock in the net, lock in that lead, and Lev is already back down the field.
Wow.
Next has got backboard double. Next, you're just better, man. It's the passing play that gets them in. Pirates on a bot, fire cannons first and strike first.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Lev the flick to Next. He sees Duckworth diving. He says, let me put it off the backboard. I've got enough boost for the double tap. From that position, you can do anything you like. Slotted top left, right. The smart thing to do there, and I guess, in my opinion, the smart thing to do there was go for the double tap, at least to the defender as off as possible. And did exactly that, especially since Duckworth bit early. That was the right decision to do. That was sensational from the 2 duo, Lev and Next. And I mean, if this is going to be the grand final, Spade and Pirates in a pub predicting early, forgive me. But, you know, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies over here. I'm getting happy, all right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, already imagining that series, especially a best-of-7 between the 2, it's not only going to be a great one, but one we have seen so often. You talk about the weekly scene where these 2 teams meet so often, and it often feels like they're always competing for that top 3 with a couple of other teams intermixed. And Pirates on a bot, like we were talking about, still trying to find this locked-in third. I think Next may have earned their spot here today, but also, in my eyes, has been performing the best in that role so far. We'll see what they end up deciding, and honestly, for Pirates on a bot, already 4 shots. Don't get to add a 5th here, so that aerial offense is denied quickly.
Yeah, Duckworth, good control there. He knew he was the only one upfield. He didn't want to throw the position away, so he had to do something with that. Did exactly what he needed to do. This one's a bang downfield, escapes Lev. Next has to jump. Duckworth can enter the play into the midfield. Goes this, what a fake by Taco Stash. He can't score. Does the ball? No, it does not. Are you joking me? It's a rugby scrimmage, and the ball somehow doesn't find the back of the nets.
Out of a miracle, out of nowhere, Pirates on a bot. The defense and the backboard will keep it away from allowing this game to be tied. It is heartbreak for Pause Up. All three of their opportunities have been so close to scoring, but close is not enough against the Pirates on a bot. You need goals. You are running out of time, not only in this game, but in the series as well. As a reminder, Mel, they're up 3. They're on series points.
And now this has to be the time where they need to strike. They're down by 1 as well. Oh, it's a pre-jump! That's sensational! That is phenomenal! The ceiling pinch pass from Mr. RLCS coach himself, Taco Stash, splitting the defense to equalize.
We said they needed the confidence, and that pass exactly created it for them. Aerial touches is where they're going to have to keep finding that success, but it only ties up this game. Next is in the backboard and in their back line. Unfortunately, doesn't get any teammate close enough to get enough boost on in towards that goal. Everybody's trying to get those rotations back in order as Nex and Nightya were both low on the gas tank. Now Taco Stash, though, will be losing possession. Next wants to go aggressive. Beats 2. Nightya, 1 man to beat. But doesn't go for the double. Leaves it to Lev, who takes a long-range shot. He's got the scope. He's got the sniper. Top left corner. Pirates on a bot back on top.
They were not messing around off kickoff. Started to suffocate again. Nightya set it up. Forced 2 to go. Left the shot to the top shelf. Slayer, no boost. Duckworth not in a position to challenge. Taco Stash nowhere to be seen. And just like that, with 1 minute and 20 remaining, this lead is back in the arms of Pirates on a bot. The team that has fought so hard to make a grand final, only made 1 the entire split, trying to make a second, and they're making a statement here on Utopia Coliseum.
That's an absolute statement. It's saying nobody can beat us even when you're taking these advantages, even when you're bringing your offense out early. It's 60 seconds. The life of Pause Up here. The long-range shots are all they can put on the board. Pirates on a bot want to end it. They want to bring out those brooms if possible. And Lev almost drops a tear from the heavens in that top left corner. 40 seconds left to go. Pause Up need just 1 to keep their hopes alive, but Pirates on a bot look to be sinking it.
Yeah, but now they've let it go awry. Here we go again. Next, beats out Slayer. He gets bumped off the ball. Knight's got no boost. Taco Stash went up early. This is interesting. Taco Stash predicted the play back into him, but it's not the best. Duckworth around the corner, but he gets pinched back the other way. Taco Stash has to handle this by himself. He decides to control it. Reset pass 1. Duckworth needs to turn. Nightya, pass 1. This is the hopes of Pause Up going in flames. This is going to be off the backboard. Slayer misses. Pirates on a bot advance to the major grand finals.
And absolutely deserved as well. I mean, they played all 4 of those games to the best of their potential. You give Pause Up credit for making it towards this point and battling, making a couple of those games back and forth. But Pirates on a bot, I mean, you said it best, Mel. What they do is winning. That they did here tonight.
Did it with a 4-0 sweep.
Yep.
Did it.
Yep.
Briz. Yes!
Shout out Briz.
That is absolutely sensational. He came up with a great plan to take down a really good team and did it. He said he was going to do it too, which is why I'm happy. He said he was going to do it. I'm like, no one gets the predictions on the team right with them. These coaches are insane. I don't know what's up with these coaches. I don't know what they're on. I don't know who they're learning from, but they came into it with a plan and they come in to win. And this is why Pirates are on a bye. If they're in this form in the grand final, we're going to get one heck of a match in that grand final. So you know what? We're going to stop postponing. As a matter of fact, we're going to get that match right up for you. So we're back in about 7 minutes with our grand final match. So don't you go anywhere. We got the Spady Sports Major 2 Grand Finals.
I will always be the one that's right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
We were playing with fire. Everything turned to dust. When we aimed to fly higher, we got lost and dragged each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was what felt right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day. 'Cause we were never meant to be.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Spade Esports, the Spade Championship Series. We have the wrong face. It don't matter.
Mel
here.
looks a bit
I'm
different.
Sam, but anyways, I'm looking different. I'm looking very
There you
good
go.
today. Oh,
There
God,
he
now
is.
I look bad again. All right, hello, people. We're here. We're back. Oh boy, hope we have the replays ready because we're gonna go over a bunch of spice that just happened. Our semifinal just happened and concluded with a 4-0 win with Pirates on a bot with against Pause Up. Ari, you got to see that match. Boy, it was something else. Tell me your thoughts.
Well, we kind of predicted that one, or at least I did. I said it was going to be 4-2, right? We had a little bit of a question mark on how the third player was finally going to shape out this Pirates on a Bot roster, and we had a very blazing answer. That trio is complete. No doubts at all in that match. A 4-0 sweep, I mean, you got to look into this next grand finals saying any sort of prejudices we had towards okay, maybe one team is shakier compared to the other roster, yada yada. No, it's just look at the game, look at the pure form you've seen from both these two teams today, and state your case.
Oh my goodness. And my God, that was absolutely sensational, Llama. We got to do that one together. It was a great matchup. It was a great matchup until Pirates on the Bot just decided to suffocate every single time they felt like they wanted a goal. Pause Up, they had some time in there, but really, they didn't really look their best. And honestly, that was Pirates on the Bot to win. So going into this grand final, who are you more confident? It's not a prediction, but who do you feel more confident in? You feel confident in Pigeon, TNT, and Kevin, or in Naya, Nex, and Lev?
I mean, it's really tough because I know every Monday Pigeon obviously gets to join in with Nightya and Lev. They play under the Llama champions, have been for 20 Frost Weeklies or something now. So I think it's interesting that they always get to kind of meet at these critical moments, especially here in a grand finals. But I did get to watch Spade actually play a little bit earlier today in the Lotus tournament. They're actually looking a little bit slow. So I think I'm feeling a little bit more confident in Pirates on a Bot for this final matchup.
Oh boy. D-Lo, you got to see what we just got. You just got to see that amazing series. Amazing. Yeah. It's a 4-0. That was not amazing. But you know, we're going to sweep across the board here now. And we're going to look at replays real quick. But D-Lo, tell me what was your highlight of that match?
It's got to be what we're putting up right here. It was literally this is the moment that I was looking for. It's that easy bounce shot. I think sometimes when players are expecting you to go for something a bit more flashy, it's simplest to just go down low. You aim high, we get a punch below the belt, and I think that's just a good show of what Pirates on a Bot are capable of, and it's also what I think we're going to see once again. Pirates on a Bot are coming in with momentum. 4-0. Destructive.
Whoa.
And they're also coming in off a series victory off the Grand Champions in a different league, RLSS. I think in that spirit, they've got a lot of momentum behind them, and they're acting on it. I'm looking to see the exact same thing come Grands.
Yeah, and look at this game 3 here. Pause Up were able to take the lead, but look at this turnaround. It's a big beat over the top of one, and Duckworth couldn't get back in time, Ari. This is how a Pirates on a Bot roster will shut you down, suffocate you. Look at this play by Nightya off the ground and in the back of the net. That is the quality that they bring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Pirates on a Bot team, I hate to, bring out the Glazer too early, but let's be real. They are a very mechanical team, and that's not to say that Spate isn't. It's just that we know them for the more mechanically gifted plays, right? Whereas Spate, you kind of see them solo play here, their team play. It's kind of just the ball ends up in the net some way, shape, or form. So definitely a bunch of question marks to see how these play styles are going to clash. I don't want to say play styles because it is just consistency at the end of the day, right? Both of them have played against each other so many times. You have all of these 6 players in the mix constantly rotating throughout teams with and without each other. So really just comes down to who's got the other's number today.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is about to get great. It's about to get great. We're getting ready for the grand final, so that means I gotta sweep across in the last predictions of the split. Let's start out with Llama. Llama, come on, give me something. You asked me if you're gonna be the fence sitter. Not when I'm the host. You don't get to be the fence sitter. That's not your job. That's my job. Okay? You give me Spade Esports, Pirates on a Bot, grand final.
I already said I know so much trust behind these two teams. I love absolutely both of them and hope we get to see this matchup more often because we get to see it so many times. But I think Pirates on a Bot, we talked about momentum from D'Lo a little bit earlier that they took their series a little bit cleaner. I think they're looking a little bit better here today. And I think they have locked in a really good third in next. I think we're going at least 6 games, but give me Pirates on a Bot.
D'Lo,
Hell.
give me...
Oh, my bad.
Give me a prediction.
I am a fool. I'm actually exactly with Llama there. I think momentum is going to win the day. I think it can be in such a fast, high-octane game like Rocket League. It matters, I think, more, even so, in other competitive esports. I was going to lock it in at 4-2. I'm with Llama here. It's not going to be the easiest. There's going to be some resistance. There's always going to be an uphill battle. But I think they're going to end up on top.
Oh boy, Ari Cass, it comes down to you.
Yep.
You know what? Do you are you gonna get? Come on, give me a prediction. Come on, it's the last predictions of the season. You're gonna be right. You're gonna be wrong. With your heart, your brain. Come on, give me something.
Well, I got to watch the first Spate game on the cast, and then I got to, watch the other matchup leisurely, and I have to say, one spoke to me a little bit more. It was a 4-0 sweep. It's a lot more convincing than a 4-2 that went to double overtime. Honestly, I'm going to go 4-1 Pirates on a Bot. I think they have this in more control than we might think. I think that, yes, on paper, these teams are close. But just today, Pirates on a Bot they're moving, they're grooving. And I think they're going to take this all the way home.
Wow. No words.
It's up to Spade to prove us wrong, man.
Mm-hmm.
The sweep. The desk sweep. Okay. Pirates on a Bot, they have gone all the way down. They've lost countless times this season. To Spade. You gonna sweep them here for the grand final? All right. You know what? No more hesitating. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final of the Spate Championship Series. The stage is set for another epic grand final between the number 1 and the number 2 seed. In the blue corner, we have the relentless Pirates on a Bot. This is the second seeded team. They came into the season as a favorites to win the championship, but after multiple a heartbreaking loss, one in the major semifinals to Silly Billies, and multiple times this season to the split to Spade Esports, they're looking back with a vengeance, having to lose to Spade in the finals and semifinals. In the orange corner, it's the unstoppable force, Spade Esports, formerly known as the These Guys roster. Number 1 seed roster has gone the 3-peat this season, winning 3 events and establishing themselves as the best team by far in the league. The rivalry is fierce, the stakes are high, and both teams are hungry for glory. Will Pirates on a Bot finally get their revenge, or will Spade Esports continue their reign of dominance? Rocket League fans around North America, buckle up, because this is your grand final, and this is Spade Esports.
Welcome in, everybody. That was one heck of a yap session right there. In the booth is none other than me, a feisty taquito, with my buddy Somber. Unfortunately, you gotta have one boomer if Beaver can't be here, so I got some big boots to fill. But wow, what an introduction, I must say, my friend.
Yeah, you got to go big or go home with grand finals on the line. You got the two teams that, with Silly Billies out of the equation, are your top dogs in SCS. And it's almost like the story has already been written. We got the 2 top dogs in the grand finals fighting for the major championship, fighting for that best seeding possible and that number 1 spot with a $300 take home. And we will see here, after a best of 7, who is truly the best in the circuit.
Now the Des didn't ask us, so I'm going to ask here while we have a little back and forth in the first minute of game number 1. What is your thoughts on this match? I'll kind of chime in when I feel like you're absolutely wrong, because sometimes we're both wrong. But give me the breakdown. What is your breakdown here of these two teams without any kind of spate bias?
No bias whatsoever. I do feel like we're leaning a little bit too heavy into that pause up sweep for Pirates on a bot. I respect and credit where credit is due. This is an elite team. They have played at an elite level, but this Spate squad, No Idea was a much tougher opponent. They reverse swept another team that was a grand finals contender in everyone's eyes, and they had to take that team down to make it. Next, as I'm trying to compliment Spate here, they're just showing that I need to stop talking and focus on this Pirates on a Bot team, because Next, a player that has come in for the major to be the ringer for this Pirates on a Bot team, get us opened in game 1.
It's that bump right there. Is the bump in the net. Lev using their card to absolutely bust up Pigeon at the goal line, allows goal number 1 to go in, and we got a minute and a half, a little over there, of gameplay that goes by before we finally see at least one go through. Now the question is, will Spate answer back quickly, or will it take some time? Right now, we still see the feeling out process. We still see that slow back and forth happening on the pitch, and it kind of begs the question, will Spade answer quickly, or will they just let the goal come to them? I've noticed that they're not forcing a lot of opportunities there. TNT, that's a great touch to try to keep it alive. Another good one off the back wall, and Pigeon is not very happy about having one go in on them, so they decided to return the favor.
To answer your question right there, it's going to be a quick response. We saw in that series against No Idea that when they went down, they were able to equalize pretty easily, but it came down to an overtime and they ultimately lost. So when they catch fire early, they're able to hang on to that momentum, but fighting behind seems to be a bit of a struggle here tonight. But they do so quickly with a response here, hopefully finding some more momentum as TNT not able to make contact with the ball there. Next, trying to wrap around Pigeon out with a flip reset at the midfield, just trying to bring it around town on the defense over on the side of Pirates on a Bot. Next up early, can't make contact with that one either, and it's going to be an open net. And TNT, happy birthday to you. You get goal number 2 for Spate in the grand finals.
Let's look at that bump on the back line, though. Kevin right there launches Nightya into the sky and leaves the lane open. That's that teamwork that the desk kind of talked about. Specifically Llama. I know Llama mentioned a lot about Knight and Lev on a team due to the frost play, the frost placements and everything. But right now, Spade is also proving that we are just as good as a trio. The question is, can they take it? Are they going to go the distance? You know what I'm saying? Are they going to go the distance against this new trio here? Next, absolutely stunning on the pitch all evening in this finals run here.
Yeah, they, like I said, this is the ringer that this team brought in. They have the chemistry. They feel confident with this guy as their third man, and being able to come out and make these plays to set up opportunities, and having a third man like Next that will seal the deal, as I don't even know what happened. Confusion on the back line. TNT gets it right back. Pigeon skies up, gets the second touch off the ceiling. Lev up too early. Next looked like it maybe had a little bit of a rubber band there, but nonetheless, Spate come right back with a goal of their own. 3-2 scoreline, 2:04 on the clock.
And that's exactly what happens when you aren't fully aware of the possession of the ball. Next is going to go for another one. I like the use of that flip reset early, trying to pre-flip the read there. Unfortunately, was not able to get it, but they're going to try to wrap around again, maybe look for a pass. No bump on the back line, but Knight doesn't need one, and they're going to force an own goal in that moment. Let's run that one back.
Knight just has had full control on these air plays that they've been going for. Just glue on the front of their car, able to make things happen. And I mean, are we watching Rocket League or college football? Are we here for a midnight shootout here out in the Red River, out in the SEC? We seeing a big game like that? I don't know, but so far this series looks like it's just going to be an offensive explosion from two teams that are highly mechanical, love to play as a trio. We see maybe something develop here. Lev going for one there. Kevin trying to find a clearance out only as far as Knight. They get one touch right back on it, fighting TNT downfield. Couldn't get the redirect. Pigeon pushed up a bit too far, has to scramble back now, try to read this in the corner with Knight pressing the offense, trying to get this thing going on a counter, but stalled out here as TNT takes possession of the corner. Next, right on top of the ball, gets it central for Lev. Lev, quick shot, but Pigeon falling from the skies. The wings weren't working there, but they got the save. Next, right back on it, has a double tap lined up, finds the crossbar. Knight can't find the back of the net on the cleanup. Again, this team smothering with Lev coming in with a huge dunk. Gets goal number 4 and number 7 for the game so far.
This has got to be one of the highest scoring games we've seen, right? In both days, Friday and this evening. Like, we're not even all the way through. We're nearing that double-digit mark. Pirates on a bot. I like the desk shout here. Obviously, again, statistically speaking, I don't think that Pirates on a bot are favored here. Next gets a great save on that one. Great touch out from Lev. Leaves it in some open space, but that allows Kevin, skying one up, going for the read and puts it off the crossbar. But it doesn't matter when you have 2 other players who are on cleanup duty to tie the game. Shout out Pigeon for evening us up.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kevin. Just the threat, the respect that this team gives them has everyone go, make themselves awkward, trying to get that touch off of Kevin's read, and then Pigeon right there with the janitorial services, able to equalize right before the 30-second mark. We got some late game shenanigans that need to happen if we don't want to see overtime in game number 1. Surely neither of these teams want that to happen. Next, look to ice it, but TNT, 3rd save of the game. Pigeon now on a counterattack. This is dangerous in the air. Flip reset overnight, looking for a bump, but Lev was just off target on that, able to get the cleanup. Next, now back central. Knight with a little bit of tank. Boost in the tank. Finds the crossbar, but it's barred down and out. Ball now gets cleared wide. This one gonna almost bounce up, but finds the ground. We got a 4-4 overtime feisty in game 1 of the grand finals.
That should have bounced. Come on now. We should have had a 0-second magic happen. Lev off the ceiling, though, is going to give us something. What do you mean wrong? Come on. We should have kept that one going. Yeah. Okay, that said wrong. I was like, yeah, they were robbed for sure. Nothing was wrong about that. Lev with a good touch. Now they're chasing it down, and I appreciate the just complete physical contact moving up on the pitch right there. Unfortunately, though, with no boost, you're not going to make anything happen. Next is going to steal this one away, give it to Knight. Back to Next, back to the center, but Lev is playing it safe, doesn't rush right there, and I think that's an actual great choice to at least reset a little bit as they try to move through this first minute. Knight with a little bit of extra boost gets dunked and dusted by Kevin. TNT looking for the pass, but for right now, the pace of play is going to slow down, even if it is only for a few seconds.
Yeah, both these teams, they have been playing breakneck all game, but here in overtime, you do not want that to be the downfall and lead you in a hole already. Although a best of 7 does grant you that little bit of wiggle room, it's not favorable. Kevin with a big clear, only as far out as Lev there at the midfield, trying to assert some dominance here from Pirates on a bot, keep the pressure outside of their own half. TNT has to try to track this down with Next. Full tank of boost. I just spent a little bit there to get onto the backboard. Kevin right back on it. Lev, let's send that volley downfield. No boost, was looking for one out of the corner. Back central is Knight. Intercepted by TNT, had a teammate in the wings out central. Pigeon looking for a redirect central, but Next right on top of that. The early challenges from Lev and Next. This one might be sniped from Knight. And we got 9 goals in a 1-minute, 34-second overtime. These teams are throwing haymakers.
What in the world? I'm surprised that Knight was the one who actually came out on top right there. You saw Lev and the way they were actually racing down to connect with that shot. But you got to guess, like, you're the defender there. You've got to figure out which one of them is going to take the lead. And you know that shot is going to be pinpoint accuracy right underneath the crossbar. That's a tough block.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm a stats guy. Got to go into the little nitty-gritty, you know, the nuances of the game that lead to wins. But field domination and ball possession, basically 50-50 across the board. And I mean, it reflects in the scoreline. We saw in overtime, right? But you would think that one of these teams would have found a little bit of ground, found a little bit of wiggle room here to really assert their dominance, but they played neck and neck all the way through, and it really was just the high octane, the high powered offense of Pirates on a bot that came through at the end of the day. And we saw 3 demos in favor of Pirates on a bot as well, maybe a little bit of extra aggression there. We saw those bump plays come in key for a couple goals. you'd like to see Spate maybe tighten up those defensive rotations or respond by getting demos on that second man that was coming in for the cleanup. Try to get those pressure relieving demos. That's always key in a team that loves to play offense, loves to live in your own half. But we'll see now in game number 2 if Pirates on a bot can take this with some momentum.
Overtime win is always a good way to build yourself momentum moving into game number 2. Although, guys, it's a best of 7 series. One game is always a throwaway on either side. So maybe we saw Spade's throwaway game right in the opener of this series. Pigeon off kickoff is taking some good possession, gets a great demo on next. Pass out. Oh my. But Lev over the shoulder is going to decide to deny that one. TNT down to Pigeon. Pigeon can't get it past next. And this guy is everywhere right now. Can you believe the speed that they're playing at?
I mean, I can't. He's an EU guy. They love to play this type of Rocket League. They love to come out and, insta challenge, not give you time to make a read, not give you time to make a play. But when they do have that time, this Spate team is up there with the best of anyone. As Pigeon going to get a pancake, wanted that maybe to waterfall down. Kevin right back on it off the clear from Lev, though. Naya in the corner. Changed up the tempo, wants to go a little bit slow here. It might be a little bit dangerous as TNT right back on that ball. Next, again, wanted to get that big boom downfield and change up that tempo, but missed the touch. Lev to clear there. Able to grab a good spawn on that mid boost. Now wrapping around the corner. Might have a teammate, might have a bump, but a demo comes through on next. And that's what you need to see from the side of Spate is getting these demos in the midfield, getting these demos on the second man, turning things into counters downfield, but next, going to deny that attempt. Still has an opportunity to build some offensive momentum, some pressure here as Kevin right back on it, but no boost to follow.
Good touch from Lev, but it doesn't leave much asking on the pitch right now. It's going to have to go over to Nex, who had the most boost until Knight was finally able to fuel up. And awkwardly stuck in that corner right there. You saw all three of them bunched up near that boost. And I know it was just a positional moment. Nex has a free shot and is just going to land it. But again, I kind of want to go back to that. You saw 3 players from Pirates all on that same boost pad, and for whatever reason, Spate was rotating so far away that essentially turned into an open net shot off the dunk. Why is that happening?
In that case, it's just the overcommit on the defense or on the offense.
There's an open net.
Yeah, just these. I don't know what it is about just. Yeah, everyone goes downfield. They go for a mid boost when they should be rotating back. I don't know, but it's looking like it's gonna be another shootout. We saw the opening 2 minutes; it was a 1-1, and then just the floodgates open on both sides. I feel like this will get a little bit tighter as we go on. Both defenses will tighten up a bit. We won't see as many open nets and open opportunities for each of them. Really gonna have to fight for those goals. The Pigeon now on a counter, maybe downfield, no boost to follow. Lev right off that back wall gets a little bit of a boost, but eats right through it. TNT now has tracked this down, try to get a touch over Next, gets demoed for their efforts on defense. Knight pops it central, but it's slow enough that Kevin able to go for it. I'm seeing a lot of double commits on the defensive side from the side of Spate as well. They're getting these touches right outside their own box, 2 men going, and that third man not in position to make a save. So if something doesn't connect, oh my goodness, Knight almost out of the corner, finds that one. But that's another thing that we see out of this Spate squad so many times. It typically works out for them, but Pirates on a bot have punished in those situations.
And they've done really, really well to punish in those situations. Pigeon is going to have to read this awkwardly, close to the net. Good defensive touch up high. Kevin there quickly to be able to get another clear to the mid. But it's still just not far enough. Good double touch out the corner, but the demo actually allows Pigeon to be in a good spot. That pre-flip was almost great. But again, the defense even better by the side of Spate right now as they are staying alive, moving through the second minute. And I love the fact that Pigeon tried to pre-jump there and was going to go for the challenge. Unfortunately, jumped a little too early, sold the hand. But that's what we need to see. We need to see more shutdown in the mid. And right now, Spade is having to shut down at their own goal line. It feels like the levee might break anytime soon.
Yeah, one of these teams, if we don't want to see another high-scoring overtime, which, I mean, I know us in the booth, the desk, everyone would love to see that game after game. But if you want to establish any kind of foothold in this series, you need to dominate that midfield. You need to live in your opponent's half, and neither of these teams can quite find that. They keep getting these volleys downfield, and it's right back at the midfield, and then there's a challenge at the mid, and it goes to the other side, and it's just boom, 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 and nothing able to really form up in terms of offense. We're really just seeing solo plays, counterattacks, cheeky little passes off the sidewall, something like that. But either of these teams need to find a way to get momentum going and find an offensive game plan. As now we tick down to the final minute, a big demo on the back line might open things up. TNT having to scramble though, goes for a ceiling challenge next, right back on it, gets 50 there, but Lev right there to receive that 50 and a pinch downfield now might be getting offense going the other way for Pirates.
That's a good touch from Kevin out of the corner, disrupting the attack for a brief moment. It's still long enough to try to get something to happen. Pigeon is going to have to receive that one. Good possession here. Gets another good 50. Going for the pinch. That is insane speed wrapping around the corner, but it might have been a little too hot on the sauce trying to find a teammate. But the ball, again, getting back to the mid, breaking down, is still where we start to find both these teams looking for that extra push, and neither of them are able to actually make it through. Again, I still feel like Pirates have had the edge on that offense. It feels like Spade have had to play so much from their own final third. Lev with a good touch, but I don't think it'll be enough to seal the deal on an opportunity going towards the opposing net. Looks like we will find ourselves in another overtime once the ball finally drops here. There it is, Somber, back to back in game two.
Yeah, and so far overtimes tonight have not tracked well for Spade. They lost the two against No Idea, and they've lost the one here. Pigeon looks to end it early, but goes bar down and out. Knight no boost, right back on it. TNT able to get a touch, but it's right back into the hands of Nex. Next flick up to a pre-jumping Lev. Lev has the angle lined up, but sends it just wide. Couldn't find the net on that one, but it would have been a beautiful play to end overtime relatively quickly. Kevin now to the ceiling, has one touch, finds the other post, and we have a cleanup. No! We have Lev pinching it off their own post. TNT right back on it, but gets demoed from the pop, and it's now downfield for Knight. Knight has a chance to make a play. Back central for a teammate. Lev not able to make it to that ball. Kevin able to intercept, and it's now downfield. Pigeon 1v1 situation, just sneaks it past the defense, and we got Spate getting the overtime win.
That was a great touch. Pigeon had the read all the way on Lev, got the bait, got him to bite. Lev jumps a little too early. Pigeon slides it right on by, sealing the deal for Spate in game number 2. All right, Somber, we're going to talk about it now. We're going back and forth. Spate is on the even win currently. 7 is an odd number, my friend. It's not a good look.
I mean, that's superstitions. We don't believe that here. we don't believe in superstitions and jinxes and curses and yada, yada, yada. I will say that this game, again, just dead even on ball possession and field domination. Both these guys, I mean, it reflects on the scoreline, dead even, but either side, you gotta find a way to just camp in one half and make something happen and pull ahead. Because, I mean, split decision on the overtimes now, one for Pirates, one for Spate. It's not going to always go in your favor in those overtime situations. You need to pull ahead, and one of these teams needs to find a win in regulation, and that will be the spark that kind of moves things along here.
The question is who, right? Right now we've seen both teams just push to the limit, and I will say this was less of a shooting game than game number 1, but that doesn't mean it wasn't lacking on the action side. We saw plenty of opportunities, plenty of chances for either team to get a chance to get a good look at the net. And again, like you said, the stats breaking down 50-50 on the field domination. It's crazy when from our vantage point it doesn't look like that sometimes, but I mean, hey, numbers don't lie. Let's see if game number 3 will provide the swing and momentum that either of these teams need.
Yeah, numbers don't lie, but the ball doesn't either, right? You got to ball out here in game number 3 of the grand finals. You said that you get that one wash game. Both these teams have gotten that out of the way. You got the losses out early. Now it's time to pull ahead. You got to find something to bring yourself forward and propel yourself past your opponent here as a double from Kevin comes out. And that may be a huge way to open up game 3 for Spade.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first game that Spade has scored first?
Yeah, but
is it?
You know.
No. I'm just saying, like, is it? Because if
Yeah.
so, then maybe we might see the change here. Maybe that is the change that they need. They've got 2 off kickoff.
They're dialed. The boys are locked.
Have you seen enough?
I've seen enough. Call the series.
This guy.
I hit TNT in the DMs and I said, "Hey, lock in, bud." And he did. They
He
locked
was like,
in.
oh, he's like, all right. The caster said I gotta lock in. That means I actually gotta do it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if we're being so for real, if I DM TNT right now, one, it won't get responded to because they're locked in the game, and two, afterwards it's probably getting hit ignore because they're like, who, what, why are you, who is this, and why are you saying this?
Real. Honestly, real. Caught 4K on the broadcast. That's absolutely insane. 2-0 within the first 50 seconds of this game number 3, and it's an all-important game number 3 as well. It swings the momentum in the series as somebody finally finds their first lead in the true, best of 5 is what this really is. It turned into a best of 5 instead of a best of 7. Nightya has finally found one as well. Good touch. 2 defending members, and it's just right over the top of both of them. Puts Pirates on a bot on the board.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like Kevin had spawned in right in front of TNT, and
Yes.
that killed all their momentum.
Yes.
So, I mean, hey, someone just hit up John Epic and said rig the game for Pirates. So we got a little bit of discourse there. So hey, it's the luck of the draw. Sometimes that happens. You got to fight through it, but still had that 2-goal cushion. One up on the board for Pirates is not going to do too much, especially since TNT is going to just respond right back with that dunk.
That birthday buff going crazy in this game. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So crazy.
It's going crazy right now for TNT. Got 2 on the board. Looking at a hat trick potentially with plenty of time left in the game to at least secure that notable achievement in a series. With so little time that has moved off the clock here, I'm just impressed with the way Spade has woken up in this game. Kevin aggressive off the opponent's back wall. Knight able to at least defend that one. No boost is still going to leave things extremely awkward. That was a good pop. Is it over to Next? Next puts it down. Nightya, unfortunately, could not turn up. Had to play defense right there. Again, great decision, great awareness. Unfortunately, they wanted the shot.
Yeah, you definitely want every shot opportunity that's available to you. And I will say that as well as this Pirates on a bot team is playing, as that might just be a launch from Pigeon, Lev able to make a save on that play. But this kind of tracks for a grand finals performance. Oh my goodness, Next almost just absolutely peaked on that Spate net. But luckily for the side of Spate, that momentous goal did not go in. It does track for Spate in the grand finals so far. We usually see, up to game 4, it's back and forth games. It's, shaky here and there. And then they really lock in on that game 4. So I think that's what we're starting to see here is these guys are starting to find their rhythm, starting to find their groove here on the big stage. The lights not seeming as bright as they did in game 1, but Pirates still ever lethal on offense as Next might have a pop here over tonight, but didn't have enough boost to make that reach. Lev and Knight both retreating. Knight was able to grab some boost at the midfield. Lev able to top off the tank as well. Now takes it back down to the ground. Pop high. Pigeon pre-jumping. Has to play it back down to the ground and gets absolutely bodied on that 50. And things stall out here for the Pirates offense at the midfield.
I think they need that. I think they need to slow the pace of this game down by a couple of notches because Spade has turned it all the way up to 11. Good touch in 50 into the corner there, or excuse me, the sidewall. Kevin tries to find a good bit of possession. Is that just going to roll all the way? Oh, no. Next could not play lead blocker well enough. Ran out of boost, close to the goal line, couldn't open up the lane. 4 Pirates on a bot. They have an opportunity here if they can get the ball away from Kevin. But again, Spate playing so well in the blue half this game. I'd like to see the stats on this one. We had 2 even games back-to-back, but this one feels like Spade is 100% the driver's seat.
Yeah, and you say that, and really the only thing they have advantage on right now is...
Take it off. Take it off.
A hat trick for TNT, but shots. So far, it's 11 shots for Spate and only 4 for Pirates. Field domination is a bit higher. It's not deadlocked here at 51-49. It is at 62% field domination, so they have been able to find some more time spent in this blue half, but really it's just been the pressure, the shots. When you're putting up 11 shots and your opponent only has 4 to their name here with 60 seconds on the clock, that is absolutely massive.
Huge, man. And again, what a scoreline we're seeing too. A 3-goal differential for the side of Spade, just plowing through that defense on blue, and this seems like a almost completely different team. Even though, I mean, this is the Spate roster when they're absolutely locked in. They feel so different in this specific game.
Yeah, and I think the difference that you see is just they have found a way to actually break out of their own half. They aren't having to play as much defense as they should have done. Some more defense there. Knight just camping mid, lurking off a beautiful double tap pass from Lev and just power shot, clangs it. 118 kph. I don't know what that is in freedom units because I like the big numbers.
That was 73, by the way.
Oh, that's highway speed, baby.
Yeah. Bro was driving down the freeway on that shot right there. Cut the lead in half, but I mean, you're cutting the lead in half with 20 seconds left. That is, unless you score right now, you guys are not going to be able to lock in another overtime chance. They listened, Somber, as your boys over in Orange Spate have locked down a game in regulation time.
We did it. One team did it. And you love to see it. You love to see a team able to come out with a win in overtime. And you talk about the late game goal, and it's too little, too late. It's Chris Paul with the 3 with a minute left on the clock, and it's cuts the lead cuts the lead down to 42. But a goal at the end of the game can be momentum, right?
Sure.
It's 4-2 now instead of a 4-1. That's a little bit easier on the mental. We do have 11 doing their classic hitbox change, so we may see a different Pirate squad. They got a full 5 minutes of looking at this Spate team and what they now want to do. So it's now up to this roster and the brains behind them to come together and formulate a plan to come back now, because you're not down in the series. You didn't have an overtime. You didn't have back-to-back overtimes and said it's a 50-50 game. You got punished. You got a 4-2 scoreline. You got 13 shots hung up on you. And you had the demos, but no offense to actually come through after making those demo plays.
It's the aggression, the ramped up aggression from the side of Spate, the back wall shenanigans on their opponents, the absolute pre-jump on everything, interrupting middle of the shot, interrupting middle of the possession. Spate went berserk that match. So I am waiting to see what will happen now. Lev is finally back in. Wonder what the hitbox change is going to be as we drop into game number 4 with the series lead taken by Spate in game number 3.
Looks like Lev is sticking with the same hitbox, but just changing it up, rocking now an Octane, just look to it. Same hitbox as the Fennec, but you get those extra angles and the headlights, placebo and all that. But let's see if that makes a difference here. Usually the placebo does play a big factor into things, and you want to make sure that your mental is as good as possible after having a defeat like that. And we will see how either of these teams open up. Will it be Spate continuing to just pelter shots and find a way to break through the defense? As this one might be a breakaway play for Knight. Knight just going to put it on target. Lev right there for the secure. And it's over aggression this time for Spate. Leads to a wide open net the other way. No one seen for miles.
That one's tough. I am upset to see that one happen right there. I am surprised that it ended with such an overcommittal option on the side of Spate early on in game number 4. And not to say that changes any bit of the momentum that they did build up in the last game, but that is not what you want to see after you pretty much held the lead by 3 for about 4 minutes and 15 seconds in the lead taking game.
Yeah, and we saw how a 1-goal opening can lead to an avalanche of goals. We've also seen how it can lead to an overtime, and you can't get past that hump, right? We're hoping here for the side of Pirates, for their sake, that they can find their own breakaway game. It's always nice to go down a game and find your way back and hang up just a ridiculous amount of goals on your opponent and get all of that ground that they made right back to even in the series. But Spate, they are a force to be reckoned with on offense. It's, can you lock them down? Can they also not shoot themselves in the foot and overcommit? You got a little bit too greedy, wanting everyone downfield, pigeon down pre-jumping. Maybe you should have gone for a bump, but it doesn't matter because Kevin is just stronger.
It's a 1v1 prowess. Kevin in a 1v1 situation on next knows exactly where to put their card to get the biggest, broadest side of that Fennec body in the way to win the challenge there. That puts them a goal on the board. We've tied up yet again. TNT looking for another on kickoff. Knight's going to deny this to the corner. Next can't get there in time. And, I see why Knight tried to shadow there, because normally somebody's approaching in that moment. But that could have been a free clear downfield, and it's unfortunate to see Pirates not take that opportunity when afforded to them.
Yeah, and I feel like one of these games, and maybe this one, will be the story of missed opportunities, or rather unrealized opportunities. It worked for Kevin in the fact that they were able to win out the 1v1 and get the 50 and equalize, but Pigeon pre-jumping there, you maybe would have liked to see them go for the bump play. This one going to waterfall down, but a demo going to erase the offense. Pigeon going to go right back to a solo play. He has so little boost in the tank, but still able to make a little bit of a reach. TNT backflips out of that one. Next with the Savior already in game number. Oh my goodness, what a demo to go ahead and just kill the offense. Next, trying to just return fire and get a demo of their own. Lev, no boost challenge. Now headhunting downfield, trying to find a bump, disrupt that back line. Kevin off that backboard over to TNT. Bit of a heavy-handed touch, but going to find now a touch to the backboard. Next, going to take away that read from Pigeon. It's now Knight, who has a lane. Kevin up early, decides to take it into the corner, grab some boost, and try to keep living in this orange half, as we have not seen much out of the side of Pirates, but a big dunk comes through from Next. They see ball, they go ball.
I knew Nex was down there. I didn't know they were right underneath Lev, just sniping that opportunity. Yeah, exactly. Just sniping that opportunity. Like you said, see ball, go ball. That puts Pirates on a butt, up by 1. They take a lead in this game. They're looking to tie the series next. Not a good landing or recovery off that kickoff right there. Couldn't lead to a possible shot towards the net. I do believe they might have had a bit of a brief open opportunity, but that was definitely taken away quickly as the ball goes back over to the hands of Spade. Kevin looking for that double off the back wall. Gets interrupted well. Over to Nex, who's going to send it downfield. Can we find something? No. It's unfortunate to see the offense dissipate like that, but it's right back to the mid where you need to try to control and hold down that field domination at.
Yeah, it really is just the name of the game is possession. Who can have the most possession? We usually see that in a game like 2s and in 1s. 3s is more about how can you play downfield? How can you play with your team? You're playing jazz, you're improving. But no, this is who can just live here and break down this defense, wear them down, tire them out, rat out all their boost, and starve them, and finally have something give. And so far, it's been twice on the side of Spate that defense has gave through, and they now are in the final minute having to respond. TNT with a big 50, but Next gonna be right back on it with a full tank of boost, trying to flip and get a read off Kevin, but they slow the tempo down, taking it off their own backboard. TNT with no boost. Pigeon, the only one now at the back line, trying to read this off of Knight. Knight with a flip reset. Dangerous clear. It might be sniped, but it goes just wide, right back into the hands of Knight. Pigeon has to find a 50 on no boost. Lev gets bumped after their touch. Next had a shot opportunity, puts it into the corner, but you can play time here. Kevin has other plans. They are now leading the charge downfield, back onto the ground. Has to get one more. Pigeon a little bit too close, shadowing that defense. At 50 out mid, could have been a shot if they were just a touch further back. But they do well to keep this at the midfield. Flip reset, leaves it over to TNT to take over. Knight into the corner. Very little boost for Pigeon, but they get it central. Kevin tried to pre-jump the read from Knight. Lev downfield, gets a big dunk, and unless we can see 0-second shenanigans, this may be game number 4 going in the side of Pirates. Kevin over to TNT, but they couldn't get the pop. That is game 4, and Pirates equalize.
Let's see if I can fix my camera. Apologies there.
Yeah, the game's so good that it made your camera blurry. Oh, we're back. We're back.
We're back, baby. We fixed it.
We're so back. We're so back.
Man, I don't know. That was a wild back and forth there in that last couple 30 seconds. I say couple 30 seconds. 30 seconds is quite a bit of time. But it just that last little bit. Shut up. That last little bit there. And Spade tried to open up the defense. They had a couple good looks. Kevin, like you said absolutely not. We're not putting the ball down. We're not going to send this to we're not going to let this 0-second drill go awry, but unfortunately it did. And we're now tied in the series again. It has become a best of 3. We go over to Aquadome pitch to see who takes the lead. Once again, will the pendulum swing in favor of blue, or does it prefer the color orange? Let's find out as the clock begins to hit 5. Let's get down there, Somber. Can your boys in the orange take the lead back, or is it the Pirates on a bot who's going to steal that wonderful treasure?
We'll see. The Pirates, maybe some home territory here as we head to the Salty Shallows variant of Aquadome. We've seen in the RLCS, it might be the moist buff, or maybe here the Pirates buff, as TNT going to say, I got the birthday buff. That's better than anything. They had the hat trick earlier, and they opened things up here in Game 5 with just 50ing and challenging everything in that corner. Takes it all the way themselves. No assist needed.
TNT off kickoff is something else, man. Like, bro is just something else. He's able to find all these tiny little areas to sneak one through, gets a great possession, good hit. That was almost another goal. Great block there from Knight. And again, Pirates on a bot trying to find themselves out of the corner. They do well this time. Give the ball over to Nex. Nex, who's been an absolute, again, star as a third on this Pirates on a bot team. Not to take away from the longtime duo of Knight and Lev, but Nex has really, really changed this squad, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, 100%. We have seen the capacity of Knight and Lev be elevated with a third like Nex. I mean, Patty had such a great run with them in the last regional, but Nex has really elevated this team to somehow unlock Knight and Lev and let them do their thing while also being an even better player around them than we've seen before. They have had plenty of thirds throughout this whole circuit, throughout this whole event. They have had a revolving door, and Nex was just the next one up in line, I guess. And they maybe should run this back because they are finding so much success. They are finding just great gameplay. Some of the best Pirates on a bot gameplay that we have seen throughout this whole split even. And it's really nice to see just a truly unlocked Lev as they try to peek on the net there. TNT gonna have none of that. Knight might have a touchdown. Nope. It's going to be now cleared away by Kevin, and they're going to try to now launch a counterattack downfield. Next, right into the hands of Pigeon. Off the ceiling is Kevin looking for the down play. Lev off that backboard. A little bit awkward. Finds themselves back into good positioning on the ground. Knight with a flip reset. Uses it quickly. Had a teammate downfield in Lev. Trying to play that underneath. Oh. Great save from Nex at the last possible moment. That looked like Pigeon just had a clean beat to get goal number 2 for Spade.
I'm going to tell you the one thing that I hate that you didn't touch on was about a minute ago, Pigeon jumped from the back corner ceiling to try to read something and almost got a dunk off of the help of a teammate. And I am surprised you said nothing about that. Next, passing over to Lev, almost finds another shot right there. But again, what kind of stuff is Pigeon on right now, making these pre-jumps from all the way full field? That is insane.
It's just what he does. I mean, have you not watched a Spate game where Pigeon isn't pre-jumping half the touches?
Apologies. I didn't realize you're going to cut off your... I thought you were going to talk for a little bit.
No, that's the statement. Have you not seen a game where he hasn't done that?
Yeah, I was like, wait, is that going to keep going? I'm just like, all right. He just cut it off right there. Period. Yeah. Period. The end. Less than 2 minutes left here in game number 5. 1 goal. Only over to Spade. Air dribble bump trying to come in clean. TNT off the back wall. Next does get a touch. Pigeon has to completely readjust that approach. Good play out of the corner here. Next with possession. Trying to get that glue on the tip of the car. Gets interrupted by TNT. And unfortunately, I feel like that's the player right now you absolutely want to shut down on Pirates on a bot. Because when Nex is not allowed to do the crazy stuff that he's been doing all evening long, they seem to suffer a little bit. And I wonder if it truly is just the buff that he brings to the pitch.
I mean, yeah, of course it has to be. You got to have 3 players that are able to contribute in their own ways. And whatever Nex has been doing to contribute to wins, it obviously, has been leading to just that, wins. You need to have all 3 players involved and on go. And they've been making great plays on the back line, getting these just pixel perfect touches, not using much boost, low boost, whatever the case is. It looks just like a clean beat, but they're able to get that last little bit of their bumper on the ball and not have this be just an absolute avalanche on the side of Spate. And right now it might be something in Central, but no. Next, the pass was beautiful, but the defense even better. They now have a solo play attempt. Look at set up a teammate. Again, it's off the backboard. Lev is up, but shoots the ball high. Finds the backboard. Knight has a good 50, but Pigeon and Kevin both jump for that. Might leave little bit of awkwardness here on the side of Spate. Lev off that back wall has plenty of boost to try to go coast to coast, but Pigeon again pre-jumping forces Lev off of that.
But demo.
It could have been a bump, but a demo on the back line. Tried to go for another one in Lev. Next, trying to play it slow and slow. Demo on the back line again. Lev finds the angle, and 6 seconds on the clock. We got an equal game.
You know, I may have made a comment about scoring late in the game once in this series. I may have been guilty of saying something in regards to that. In this moment, it's wonderful. If you're a Pirates on a Bot fan, we will be most likely seeing overtime. I think. Yes.
I thought Pigeon was about to peek on his own head.
Me too. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, if they take the lead on an own goal, that is the most Rocket League thing you could possibly see happen. Lev trying to set up a teammate, but nobody there in the mid to even try to attack. I think Nex and Knight were both a little too far. That's really awkward right there as Nex tries to get control of the car. They finally get a chance to send it downfield. Lev out of the corner. Got two Pirates on a Bot members kind of lurking. Knight is going to have to interrupt this as quickly as possible. Does he have some support? He does. But Lev, even though the net was a little bit open, could not put it on target there.
Yeah, and it seems to be the case for Pirates that they have some shooting woes on a relatively open net. We've seen it a few times where they just weren't able to connect on these plays that looked like they should be in. They find the backboard, they find the post, whatever it may be. Pigeon might have a goal here. Lev, awkward and backwards, going to make that one disappear. Clear downfield from Knight, going to relieve the pressure that was building. Pigeon able to grab the boost before Knight comes in and steals it. We get a 50 out of the corner, but next right back on it, uses a flip late, flip reset, taken away by Kevin. This one floats back mid. Pigeon, a little bit of boost, 1v1 against Knight, flick, no good. Knight just absolutely stomps it out. Next there out of the corner, TNT off the ceiling, forces it down low, but a big bounce. Lead back to Kevin, who wanted that ceiling reset, get back down on the ground, shot on target, still awkward. Kevin looking for a pinch, doesn't find its way too far, only into the hands of Nex. Lots of 50s and lots of big just challenge plays here from Pirates, leading to pressure on this Spate net, but TNT finally going to find a breakaway. Pigeon with a great 50, no follow-up from a teammate though. TNT cut back for that boost, did not allow for Kevin to push up as it would have left an empty net if that 50 did not go the way of Spate. Knight now just kind of playing with the ball and some boost, trying to find something over to the sidewall, but no setup available. Now going to be Spate on the counter. Kevin, big 50 follow-up from Pigeon, going to be straight down, and Lev, heroic save on the goal line to keep things in overtime.
Oh, and that boost just spawned right as Lev left from the center pad there. Got to grab that one, steals it from the corner from Pigeon. Knight gets a great touch. That is almost a redirect going the wrong direction that Pigeon doesn't want it to. Good pass to the mid. Next takes a shot. TNT says no free real estate here in overtime, but this will be Pigeon. A chance with a 1v1 play. Good flick. TNT looking for the bump. Next is there, and Naya is actually the one who gets it away. They have a clear go in the opposite direction. Counterattack is possibly available, but it dissipates almost instantly.
Yeah, and credit to the scramble defense from Pirates. We've seen it several times throughout this series where everyone is awkward and they are just rushing to make a touch, and they keep these goals out of the back of the net. Kevin might have a shot here, but it's just too slow. Lev gets bumped off it by Nex. They wanted the follow-up touch, but Lev was still on that, but clear downfield from Knight. And reset things for the time being. Pigeon wanted that ceiling pinch, but ended up just popping it off the bottom side of their car. Kevin with a flip reset was looking for a ground pinch. TNT right there, bumped off of it by Lev. Left Knight to get it. Kevin pinch, just pinches themselves, bounces right off the ball. Pigeon right back on it. Flip reset, uses it early, and another goal line save from Nex. Keeps us alive in OT. It might be a counter downfield. Pigeon going to take away that read. It's over TNT in the corner. Knight, again, just smothering 50s on this orange half is what is keeping Pirates in this game.
Next, good possession here. Flip reset off the back wall. And look at TNT staying high on that one. Good awareness to get some good control as well. Little help from Pigeon. Doesn't go very far. I think that one of the things that I have appreciated seeing, specifically in this overtime, is how quick both teams have been able to scramble back to defense and do it with composure. I mean, we're getting nervous here, but these guys are, the comms have got to be clear if they're able to all work in tandem to get the ball away from their net.
Nerves of Steel is the name of the game right now. It's who is going to break first, because you're not going to be catching either of these defenses lacking fairly easily. You have to break through it, and you have to just find a gap, find a hole in the armor, if you will, because both teams have had plenty of opportunities to shoot on net, and they look like they're going in, but then someone is able to just dive at the very last second and make that last touch, namely Nex on the side of Pirates on a Bot. They have been absolutely stellar on those just goal line, last second. It's about to go in. It looks like it's good, but no, Nex is right there, and they might have a counter downfield on that touch. Kevin just going to pinch that one, boom it all the way back. Pigeon has plenty of boost. Going to slow play this, change up the tempo, and the pinch to Spicy Central. No teammate available. We are still at a complete deadlock here as we have eclipsed another game played.
5 minutes in OT. Knight does get the touch, but Pigeon is a big bump right there to dissipate the offense. Lev back as the sole defender. Knight is off the ceiling. Shot is looking too good, but the crossbar denies. That's a good setup back from Lev, but Nex is unable to go. We'll have to take the possession of the corner. Good boost amount as well. I love the recoveries there. Flick it up, touch the sidewall, keep going. These guys are just so good at having the control over their card that they do. It is insane. Even though no one has scored yet, we're seeing tons of new ones happen on the pitch.
Yeah, and it really is just both these teams. They have been at this level for a minute. They have the composure. They have, like you said, the nuances locked in. And it's just going to be who is going to make the big play, as that's Kevin coming through with a great save off of what looked, again, like another just, this is it. This is overtime from Lev, but no, defense is just too strong from both sides. I would like to see maybe one of these teams get a little risky, go for a demo, start sending the house, maybe just a touch if you see an advantageous situation. We haven't seen many plays where, oh my goodness, that's how this ends.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just next drive, full confidence that Lev is going to get that. And I'm sure Lev has full confidence that they're going to get that as well, but they just drive out of net. And TNT's right there for an open net.
And the bump. The bump was just too crucial.
That is so heartbreaking that's how that ends for Pirates on a Bot. You play 6 minutes of overtime, and it's just a missed touch that ends the game.
It's the mistake. It's the one mistake you don't want to make. And I truly, that was like the only mistake that they made that entire overtime. Was driving past the ball, thinking that the clear is going to happen on the back line. Lev, of course, like you said, they thought they had it. And Kevin's like, we're just going to bump you out the way. All right, go ahead, TNT. You got this, birthday boy.
That has to be so frustrating for Pirates on a Bot. But you now sit here and you have to find composure. You have to just shake off the frustration, shake off that one mistake, and head into this is game 6 elimination now for Pirates on a Bot, correct?
Yep.
You are facing elimination. Like, yeah, you still get a crazy amount of SCS points. You get more favorable seating into the championship heading into next weekend, but you want this as a win to propel yourself to that next level. You want to, they have been prophesized as that team after Silly Billies. They are those guys. It's Knight and Lev. How can you bet against them? And they haven't been able to find it past the grand finals. They have not been able to seal the deal. So here on Neo Tokyo, stories of heroics have been written. We need to see one written here and put in the record books for Pirates on a Bot.
How many presets do you think Lev is flipping through right now?
At minimum 60.
He popped back in as soon as I brought it up. Like, oh, it's funny as crap. Oh, man.
You just got to call it. You just got to call it. Every time.
Bro's running the roulette to see which preset to land on as we get in here. Game number 6, our Lord and Savior Bob Rahman looking over the gameplay here on the streets of Neo Tokyo to see if Spate will close it out and be our Major 2 champions, or is Pirates on a Bot going to give themselves one more chance in the series and push us to Champions Field?
I just want to take a beat to whatever the outcome is. This is 4 straight grand finals for a team that had not played in the entire first split. So can we just realize how crazy that is to have 4 grand finals appearances, and you're on the verge of winning 4 straight. This team has just found a way to lock in when it comes to grand finals. They've had some really close and tough matches along the way, but they just find it. But next gonna find the back of the net, open things up for Pirates, and they still show that they are alive here.
It's the Fennec buff. It's the Fennec buff for Lev.
Yeah,
Swapped off the Octane, got back to the Fennec. It's just what it is.
Yeah, you got to switch to you got to have the one off game in the Octane, and then the Fennec buff reactivates, right?
100%. It's you got to reset it. You know what I'm saying? You got to trick Rocket League into thinking that it went away, and it's just a free reset for all you guys who don't know about it. You know, me personally, I don't play with the Fennec. I'm not that good, obviously. I play with the Octane, crazy, I know, but that's why I'm on the desk, you know, in the booth and not on the pitch. I don't think I've seen GC once in my life. It was for a single game.
A single game of GC. But you know, the Fennec buff it's exactly like back in the ancient times of the PS2. When your PS2 is not loading, you just act like you don't care that it's not loading, and then it loads again. That's exactly what it is with the Fennec.
Yeah, exactly. You look away from the screen, you're praying that it's going to load up, and then you hear the sound, you're like, yes, I knew it worked.
And that's what they're hoping here is going to happen with, you know, I was in the Octane. I don't care that I lost. You know, I don't really need a win. And then they switch to the Fennec and they get the win. And they're like, yes, I need that win. Because you want Champions Field. We all want Champions Field. I mean, Spate hasn't been pushed to a Game 7 in a Grand Finals. We haven't seen what Game 7 Grand Finals Spate looks like. But you know who we have seen Game 7 of multiple times throughout a playoffs bracket? Is Pirates on a Bot. They've been able to seal the deal in 4. They've been able to seal the deal in 7. They got the ice no matter what. So Game 6 is absolutely pivotal here. Both teams, they're struggling to find offense outside of that one goal. Pigeon having to make another save there. Lev might have a slow shot over the top of the defense, but no. It's going to be saved away and then cleared out by Kevin. But next, 2 touches is absolutely insane in that situation. Keeping the pressure on is Knight. Now no boost. Was looking for a pop, but decided to let Lev go for that. Try to get central for another teammate. Everyone's stacked up over towards that side wall, now having to recollect and find a defensive position, which we have seen so many times throughout this whole series. It's not really tough to feel like Pirates are not in an advantageous situation, even on scramble defense.
100%. The one thing, that's a good shot, saved by Knight. I like Knight floating right there, just giving it everything they have, a hope and a prayer, no boost in the tank. Please hit the ball at me. Attitude right there. Keeps Pirates on a Bot, well, from being scored on in that moment. We might see something here, and Knight can't get back to it in time. Lev, good 50, just into Pigeon, who interrupts that attack completely and at least slows down the approaching offense of this momentous singular goal game we've had so far for Pirates on a Bot.
Yeah, Pirates scored that first goal, and then they have not looked back. We are now within the final 90 seconds, and Spate have not looked like they had really any semblance of offense. They had looks here and there, but they were for just split seconds and then immediately shut down by the defensive Pirates on a Bot. They really are just, you know, let's score early and then drain clock for 4.5 minutes, right? It just kill every second off of that. We don't want to be here forever, so let's not have a bunch of replays to roll through. Let's get this first goal and just play lockdown defense. And so far, that game plan has worked. Now in the final minute, and it's now over to Nex, who maybe they do want that security goal, but it's not necessary because your defense has been so good throughout this whole contest.
It's been extremely good, and I'm just surprised right now that Pirates on a Bot have been able to. Oh, I thought that was just going to be a goal. Good block by Kevin. Kevin there, just in the nick of time. I'm just surprised that their offense has been this good in this singular game, while also being able to shut down any kind of approaching attack from Spate. Even though we've seen, I think Spate has just had the better offense through this series. Personally, that's tough.
Very tough.
As I was saying, they've had the better offense.
It's just that demo, and then you're stacked up in the corner already. And I mean, Pigeon, I'll backflip into that. Oh, no big deal. Backflip, but somehow still hit it with the front of my car. Okay.
The demos have been ever favorable to the side of Spate. They have come in clutch. Bumps have really gotten a lot of mileage for the side of Pirates on a bot. I haven't seen many demos do the same amount of work on their side. But it's going to lead to another OT situation. This is the fourth one we've had in this series, right?
Believe so. First 2 games overtime, last game overtime, and then this. Oh no. Oh
Not
no.
like this. Not like
Okay.
this. Not like this.
Okay. Knight. Okay. Knight.
Not like
Kevin.
this.
Knight.
Not like
Okay.
this. Not
Bump.
like this.
Oh, okay, Lev. Okay. Woo. Let's just take a breath here, guys, and just settle down for a moment. My goodness.
The most, again, anticlimactic way to probably end a major right there. We've got our fourth OT, and everyone just bunches up together, and someone's like, all right, shoot it in.
All 6 players just right in front of the blue box, and they're just like, okay, someone gonna hit it?
Yeah, which one of you guys are going to do it, huh?
The Canadian 4-way stop.
Oh my God.
No, you. No, you. No, you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you go ahead. Almost a minute in here, and luckily we've seen the ball move a bit back and forth on the pitch. It's nice to see at least some movement happening, some life. Next is going to look for a double, at least to set up a teammate, but Lev had to turn around because there was too many defenders on the back wall right there to try to make a successful shot.
Yeah, and I respect the 1v1 play out of Kevin. They have found success many times, but I feel like at this point in the series, your game 6, Pirates on a Bot might have that keyed in, and they're going to early challenge you. They're going to double team it because they know that the solo play is coming. They know that we haven't seen many solo plays turn into a team play opportunity from Kevin here tonight. It's typically just solo play, and then somewhere someone is waiting for a cleanup, as that's a big double commit, but not punished for it. Kevin, oh, we almost saw Rule 1 and almost saw a goal. But Lev, before they got deleted off the pitch, was able to make the save. Knight has a little bit of boost to just now recover as that one goes wayward off the backboard. Kevin, again, right back on this, gets the pinch underneath next. Now has to fight out Lev. To 50 over towards the area of Pigeon. Pigeon demo. TNT left 1v1 against Next. Next gonna put a bar down and out, but Knight
We got it.
right there with the cleanup, and we will see Champions Field.
Finally. Finally, Spade gets taken to a game 7. We finally see it happen. The curse is over, Somber. It is over. Spade can be taken to a game 7. It is real, everybody.
They are human. They can go to a game 7 in grand finals, but Pirates on a Bot, job not over.
No,
Job
not even
done.
close. Not
Job
even
not done.
close.
You've had to pull out 2 overtime wins. You have conceded 2 overtimes to Spate. This is where you need another regulation win.
Yes.
This is where you need to not allow Spates to keep the game close. Pirates, ice up.
My thing is this. You just kind of touched on it too. It is 2 for 2 for both teams. So 4 overtimes. Both teams have 2 of them. If this goes to an overtime in game 7, that not only like will seal the series, it'll just prove who's better in overtime. And again, my vote here of confidence goes to the side of Spate. Their offense has just been better through the series, but I'm not entirely sure it's going to happen. This is the, like you said, Nerves of Steel is going to prove who's got him, who's got the ice here on Champions Field, who takes home the win in Major 2. Will it be the Spate boys who have ran their way through the past 3 regionals, their 4th grand finals appearance? Can they get the legendary 4P?
We will see, as Champions Field has not really been favorable so far to the should-be winners, right? The Spate, like you said, the offense has been great, but Lev comes out and puts an early goal up on Pirates, and I'm pretty sure that this whole series, whoever scores first has been winning, whether it's regulation or overtime.
Okay, if that's the case, Pirates on a Bot have scored first, I believe, 5 times, Somber.
Yep.
Make the math. Make the math.
Nope. I don't think that happened. I think that I'm right and you're misremembering.
Okay. Buddy. All right, buddy.
I could be
All right,
wrong.
buddy.
I feel like that's how it's gone, because game 1, Pirates on a Bot scored first. Game 2, actually no, okay. Game 2, they did score first, but it went to an overtime and Spate won. So apologies. I am wrong. I will humbly accept that I am wrong this one time.
This one time. 1 minute as we're closing in here in regulation. 1 goal on the scoreboard. is this enough to really kind of at least seal the deal, or maybe even set the pace of what Spate need to do to answer back? Because we've seen them answer back a multitude of times in many different ways. Just how soon they do it. I feel like the longer the game goes without Spate being able to at least get a good look, good shot, something towards the net in their favor, the harder it is for them to score because Pirates absolutely lock it down.
I feel like you got to catch them relatively early. You can't let this team get momentum because their defense at times has been better than your offense. There's a great save coming out from Kevin as they have just been seeming to do everything. Both sides of the pitch. Lev double tap again, just finds backboard. So far, Lev keeps going to that well of the double tap, but it has not found to be successful. Again, at the midfield, Lev trying to make something happen. Knight, last man on defense, but again, just that defense, that bend don't break mentality of this Pirates on a Bot defense has been the difference maker in these wins. Spate needs to start to cook here on the blue half if they want anything to develop and not have to force another overtime. You're already in the hole. You do not want to just have this be another 1-1 OT and trust your ice over the side of Pirates on a Bot, because even though that it is split, it's still a 50-50 toss-up once you add extra time into it.
I think this whole series has truly been a 50-50 toss-up. I did not expect to see, at least the way the first two games went, that was insane. We truly kind of have had the moments of this could be an absolute blowout, or this is going to go to the final moment of every single game. Night is
Big
getting
bump.
bumped. That is going to be a goal. Yep.
All right. Here we are, 1-1 yet again. A very familiar sight to see here so far this series.
I mean, we've seen it in just about every game except for, what was it, game 3? Where
Yeah,
it was
4-2.
the 4-2. That's the only time where we haven't seen the score line pretty even all the way through. And, that could have been a good shot from TNT. Unfortunately, went a little wayward to the left or right. I'm not entirely sure which side we're looking at there. But it just, again, crazy plays, crazy timing. Just what really is going to separate these guys? They've been tied beyond game 3. They've been neck and neck all the way through. We can't really discern the difference of who holds every bit of the momentum. What do you think they need to actually swing every bit of the series in their favor?
They need multiple goals. Either side, they need to find a cushion here. Like we saw in that 4-2 game, it was 3-1, and then, or it was 2-0, and then they got one goal, and then it was an immediate response to get that 3-1 back, as Knight has a 1v1 opportunity, and they're going to win out and get that second goal up on the board. And here, Pirates need to find a safety net here. A minute 19, still a lot of time in Rocket League. It's not a lot of time in terms of the whole scope of the game, but a lot of things can happen in a minute 19 seconds. You need to find another way to secure that lead. You need to make this team dig out of a massive hole. You can't just say, oh, we're up 1, let's play great defense, because they will find a way to break that, as TNT had a solo play opportunity, but Lev pulls out yet another great save. Right now, it's just the story of good defense but better offense for the side of Pirates on a Bot.
I think they've been playing absolutely insane on the defensive side between these last 2 games. And as I say that, we have an open net. I literally cursed it. I literally cursed it.
Oh my goodness.
They've been playing really well up until that exact moment, until the overcommittal option, full house send on the side of Pirates. They were playing excellent defense, and then I just had to go and do that.
Yep, it's always the case. You say something about the defense, and then a goal goes in the opposite way. But now off the kickoff, baited Kevin into jumping early, but they still had a flip. They got into that ceiling and were able to make something happen of it. 40 seconds out on the clock. One of these teams has to make a scramble. You got to try to ice this in regulation. Do not let this go to an overtime, because either of these teams, I feel like, will be so regretful of that decision if you cannot find a way to just ice in your veins, hit that shot, and find the regulation win, because however you shake it, it's going to be disappointing for one of these teams. At least in overtime, you can say, oh, well, we should have won that in regulation and had a lot more to say about it. But if it happens in regulation, you might have a little bit more. Knight trying to ice it, but doesn't have the double tap. We see another overtime.
5. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 5 overtimes in Major 2 Grand Finals. This is the last thing I expected when I was, on the docket here.
Oh my goodness.
That could have been the end of the entire major right there. An air dribble bump. Well, Pigeon is getting dribbled as well. Still maintains the possession out of the corner. This is still very awkward. But Lev is able to get it. Nex is now in possession. One of the last people you truly want to see with the ball. It's good that they dissipate that attack immediately. But it's now back to the mid. It's going to break down in the most important position on the pitch. Can you control the ball in the mid, and can you get an advantageous position moving to your opponent's net?
Oh, Kevin had the double lined up, but taken away by Knight. Pigeon now out of the corner, trying to just swing this thing around. But no, it's going to be a big clear downfield. Kevin out to the ceiling, just uses that to recover back on the ground, leaves it for Lev to just boom downfield. Knight off the ceiling, almost had that. Lev again, shot just wide, and the save from Pigeon comes through. Next, the cleanup shot was on target, but right into the defense. Knight, good pinch, and now trying to find some cheeky reads downfield, but TNT right there, able to pop it over the head of Knight. Lev right there to meet it. Knight looking to get that one central. Kevin 50 out by Nex. Next could be the hero here. Get it central for Knight. Knight gets the demo. It's Knight on the goal line through the smoke. They find defense at every last possible second.
That is crazy. Knight gets a demo and couldn't push it through 2 other players afterwards. I was sure that was it, right? I'm sure on the demo at the goal line, that was a lane that was absolutely open for Pirates on a bot. Unfortunately, it wasn't TNT now in a 1v1 position, but launches it. Just high enough to get the bar down and is able to get there just in time to squeeze it in the bottom corner. And Spate is your Major 2 champion.
What a play from TNT. Happy birthday to TNT. You are a major champion here for the SCS. And now joined on the desk with us is the ever lovely Mel. And for the first time ever, Mai. What's up, Mai?
What up, Mai?
But
I was muted. Hello.
Oh my goodness. What a series to end things off, Feisty. We got to yap all about it, but Mel, you got to sit and watch this unfold in real time from a spectator's perspective. What did you see in this series just that we weren't able to highlight on stream?
I was talking to Mai earlier and I was saying, is this match better than the Pips and No Idea match that we got to see on Friday? Brother, for a grand final. This right here was a grand final award.
Did it surpass it? And by far. What a match. I mean, the quality from all the players. Oh boy. The quality. I tell you,
Match so good it dropped his mic quality.
Yeah, match so good that he moved his mic and it screwed everything up. That's crazy.
Well, oh
he's
my
working on
goodness.
it.
We'll get Mel here in a second, ladies and gentlemen. But while Mel's working through some technical difficulties, how did you feel looking at that match?
That match was probably the best match I've seen in SCS. That was so much overtimes. So much close. A 6.5 minute overtime is insane. So much close games, except for like one game. Even that game felt super close.
Yeah, I mean, up until the last second, basically of every game, it was just who's gonna be able to find a win, who's gonna be able to pull ahead in the series, and neither of them really did. It was really just back and forth the whole time, and it came down to just that one singular game, that one singular goal, having it go to overtime. And Mel, do we have you back? Finish up your thoughts.
Yes, I hope
okay.
so. I really do.
Yeah, we got you. We're good. But yeah, just final thoughts and wrap up on that game, man.
It was special. That was one special match, and my God, I'm so happy that we got to witness it. And you two had the time of your lives on that broadcast. My God, that was sensational. casting, the production, the entire split, the entire season. We only got one more event to go. This major grand finals, this major in general, will not shake up to the absolutely insanity of a format that we have for championships next week.
Yeah, it's gonna be so insane. And talking about championships, these teams that weren't able to, make it past that top 4 hurdle, and in the case of Pirates on a Bot, it came down to golden goal in game 7. Feisty, you have a week to come back and game plan. Is this now just kind of what we saw coming out of Major 1, and it's how do you stop Spate?
Think that it's not how you stop Spate, it's actually how you stop Spate and Pirates on a Bot currently. Either of those teams. I mean, if they're on the same side of the bracket, then that's tough. They won't be. But if they were on the same side of the bracket, whoever wins through on their side is the dominating force moving through the entire bracket. But this just proved that as we touted through the entire beginning of this little SCS run, that Silly Billies were that team. They were those guys. We have been proven very, very wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people, and a lot of particularly people on the desk, felt like Silly Billies was just that team. Mel, do you feel like this may have been a different run of things if Silly Billies had, played this Spate roster in that opening round, as crazy as that would have been? Or do you feel like this was just always destined to be the next 2 up, and Silly Billies was kind of, the boogeyman of split 1, but we saw the emergence of Spate and Pirates on a Bot start to dominate through the second split. Silly Billies were just kind of an afterthought.
Yeah, no, I think if Silly Billies and Spate played, I think Silly Billies would have won the major, or at the very least got to the major grand finals. I don't see a way that Spate roster would have gotten past that Silly Billies roster. That matchup in itself is grand final worthy, at the very least semifinal worthy. The last time I remember Silly Billies and Spate playing was best of 5, and it was not too close. Spate ended up stealing a game, but every other game that Silly Billies won, it wasn't necessarily too close. And I am very confident that should they have played again, I think it would have repeated in the same fashion. But that's not giving anything up from Spate, because they played absolutely amazing throughout the entire major. With the circumstances and the scenarios that they had to deal with, they came out and blasted through the door and did so well. And at many times, they looked like they were on death's footstep. And the fact that they had to survive, they survived, literally survived that ridiculous effort that came from Pirates on a Bot. My God, that was an on-form match, and Spade played their best. But should that matchup happen in the championship, Silly Billies and Spade, it could go all the way, and Spade could probably come out on top. But in this form, Spade we're in, I feel like Silly Billies would have had a really good chance.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about this Pirates on a Bot squad, Mai, do you feel like Nex is going to get the run back for a championship, or are we going to see yet another rotating third into that Pirates on a Bot roster?
I think they keep Nex. Nex, to me, was super, super good for them. He played outstanding series for them. They could shift him to the sub spot for Patty, but I think if they work with Nex in the core with them, I think that can be a really good squad for champions.
Yeah, and I mean, forcing a game 7 in the grand finals against a team that just three-peated is not bad results at all. So it'll be interesting to see. I feel like heading into champs, there are still a lot of question marks, as we do have our top 12 teams in Pirates on a Bot, Silly Billies, Pips, Little Birds, Patty Formula, who we have not seen for a while here, I feel like. Peeps, No Idea, Spate, Pause Up, Last Minute, Empty Space, and The Core. Feisty, just kind of running through those names. Do you expect any of these teams that we did not see in this top 4 to really make some noise, or are we going to just kind of see whoever can make the biggest push when it comes to that playoff bracket?
You gonna ask me, and you gonna say the team. You gonna ask me who's gonna make a push.
Well, I mean, I already know, but I want to hear you talk about it because we didn't have you on Friday.
No, I think through all the teams that were mentioned, I do see if this 3 Pirates on a Bot players stick together, I definitely can see another grand finals appearance. I do not think that they lessen and result in any form or fashion. See in the chat, dude. I shout out to TNT. The birthday buff went crazy. Bro dropped a hat trick in what, game 3, right?
Mhm.
And then just did not slow down. That was happy birthday, dog. Like,
Happy birthday indeed.
but yeah,
Oh.
like I said, back to the point. It's just I don't see that Pirates on a bot squad slowing down in any form or fashion. And I understand that they're like a top 2 seed, top 3 seed, but I don't see him slowing down. People are gonna have to put together some squads to play these two teams.
Yeah, I feel like heading into champs, this is who do you have in that friends list that's going to be available for the weekend that you got some chemistry and can make a run at things. I think that we'll see a lot of teams run back their original roster. I expect to see maybe some shakeups from teams that were able to make it past the top 8, weren't able to make it past maybe the play-in round from round 1 of our regionals. Try to shake things up and make a real run at that gigantic prize pool for the championship. But I feel like your top 4 easily has to be Pirates on a Bot, Silly Billies, No Idea, and Spade. Just because No Idea, they know when to turn things up in a playoff setting. And unfortunate that we did not get to see them here in a grand finals, but I feel like if we saw them in a grand finals again, it would be different than Major 1. But we got one last thing to do for this major before we start to wrap things up. Let's figure out who is going to be our MVP of major number 2. And I'm going to start from the back of the desk because I know Mel probably has a lot of words for this. So I'm going to start with Feisty. Feisty, who do you have as your major 2 MVP?
Well, I mean, MVP is 3 letters, and there's also somebody else who has a name with 3 letters. Can you take a guess who that might be?
Kevin.
Close, very close. I understand.
Brother.
I understand the American.
Yeah, KVN. Kevin.
I understand the American education system coming in strong right there. I get it. I do really understand. No, that's TNT. TNT absolutely popped off today. I absolutely believe Homie deserves the MVP.
All right, we got one in the record book for TNT. Mai, who do you have for your major 2 MVP?
I gotta go with Taquito, man. TNT, I feel like he was everywhere. I feel like getting goals, the hat trick in game 3, like Taquito mentioned. He was on the saves, he was on assists, he was on goals, he was everywhere.
Yeah. At first, I thought you said I'm gonna go with Taquito, saying that Feist Taquito was our MVP of Major 2, and that's very.
Taquito's MVP.
So we'll give a half vote to a Feist Taquito for MVP for Major 2. Even though that he wasn't here Friday, so
I was not here Friday.
We got 2 for TNT. Mel, I know you're gonna say something that is going to throw all of us into a tizzy and tell you to go to sleep.
His face.
No. I mean, there's not enough given to the losing team for the teams. You know what? I haven't done it all season, and I don't think I'll be able to do it in champs. But I think this player does deserve it for what he's been able to do during the second split. And I think now that this is the major, I think that the MVP not only represents what happens in the major, but throughout the entire split, and who's had the most impact for their individual team and their individual performances the entire split. And for that reason, as much as people want to say this is glazing, though, this is just how my mind is set. I will be going with Young Scythe, and I do believe from the entire split, I think he had an amazing performance. I think he had a legacy performance the entire split, and especially today, trying to will his team past an immovable object, which was Spade Esports, should be remembered because he had a great performance today as well. So that is my personal MVP pick.
Yeah, lots of great players, and you can really whittle it down to the grand finalists and all that. But I do respect going with Scythe. They did have an amazing series for that No Idea Pips game, and they had a great series against Spate, but just unfortunately weren't able to find their way to the grand finals. I'm gonna have to go ahead and agree with my NFI Taquito. It's TNT, man. TNT. I mean, even if you just look at the split as a whole, they have come up in so many big situations for this team as the kind of anchor of the team at times when they need it when they need a big play, TNT is right there. You can obviously go to Kevin and Pigeon. They bring out solo plays. They're usually the dynamic duo on offense, but TNT in the background, they are an impact player. And today they were the player to watch when watching the Spate roster. So I think that's gonna go ahead and seal the deal. Mel going with of course the offhand pick, but we got 3 votes to 1 for TNT to be your major 2 MVP. So big shout outs to Spate winning the major, and also shout out to TNT. Happy birthday. You got a major victory and you got an MVP to boot. It's a big birthday for TNT over there. But yeah, just kind of closing thoughts. And as we head into championship, how you feel, Mel?
I'm feeling good. And I'll tell you why. This split showed us who, like, the rosters, the high level rosters that we have to offer. My goodness gracious, these were really, really good rosters. We're thinking about all types of things, honestly. Between this regional and going into the next, but I'll tell you what, the competition is going to do nothing but raise. I think Pips will make a really good comeback in the championships, knowing that especially it's their last chance to make a any type of impact on the season. I think the real contenders, they got Rosinol, Heps, and Swaz as starters. They have Skippy and Wavy as their sub. Skippy and Wavy. Imagine they bring one of those two out during the championships. That would be. They probably just may bring Wavy out for the championships to get free money or whatever. That's what they may be thinking. Spade Esports just came off of winning 4 Spade Esports events in a row. Spade Esports won their own events. How ironic. 4 of them in a row. Pirates on a bot bringing Spade to game 7 overtime, showing how close they are, and it really could have flipped. And they gave away, I think, the series in the last one. They got scored on with 19 seconds left to tie the game from Spade. Now, no idea. They've got just as equal as a chance. Pause up. They can play upset, and I don't think they can win the championships, but they can play upset and give another team a road to the championships. Silly Billies, Pips, Spade Esports, and Pirates on the bot. They are my teams that I'm really counting on, and I do think we will see Empty Space make a run in the championships, maybe even a grand final, or maybe a championship. This is going to be the most competitive event of the entire season, featuring Pirates on a bot, No Idea, Silly Billies, Spate, Pips, and Empty Space. And as a matter of fact, they may feature another team that I'm not so sure on. I'm going to have to check on this. Yep, they're going to feature Peeps as well, which is also a pretty good team. Only if they featured La Familia. My man, this championships will be something absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say it out loud because I know Feisty is just screaming in their head. Little Birds as well is a big contender in there. But lots of great teams. My kind of closing thoughts on this split, and now kind of the season is over. We're now facing championship. How are we feeling about these teams, and kind of what are you looking forward to next weekend?
If this major is a glimpse of what championships is going to be, I'm super excited for championships. Almost every series was super close. We had 5 overtimes in the grand finals. Everyone's playing their heart out for some extra cash. I think it's going to be a great championship with a lot of close games. So the leaderboards could go either way in the standings for groups. And I think almost anyone can make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be some stacked competition. And Feisty, we're going to have a hybrid bracket. So things are going to get very, very interesting with these teams. What are you looking forward to the most, and kind of, your closing thoughts and closing ceremony here on the event as a whole in Major 2?
I think that I have to mirror Mel or mimic Mel and what he said there. Is this one proved that we have absolutely elevated in competition. And with this top 8 that we saw this weekend, these teams, I mean, they were already in, but these teams are the teams that you guys are going to want to pay attention to all the way through. With a couple extras to mention, I do like the fact that Mel brought up Empty Space. I think Empty Space is a little bit slept on. throughout these events. I hope that they can make a big push when it comes to the championships. So, I mean, I don't know, but there is at least 6 teams that are sitting here in this bracket that could easily find themselves in grand finals. So it's going to be a lot of competition, and the hybrid bracket's probably really going to cause some upsets. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, we are all very excited after seeing this major and how this split wrapped up. That the floor has been raised and so has been the ceiling. The stakes are as high as ever. But that's going to do it for us here on the broadcast. It was another great major. It was another great split, but we got one weekend left, and that's going to be championships on next weekend, which is the 24th and 25th. Or are we
Yes.
doing 3 days? Mel?
That's a good question. I think we are doing 3 days.
Okay. So it'd be the 23rd through 25th. Cool. So we got 3 days of Elite SCS Rocket League in store for us next weekend. But for us here on the broadcast, just a big shout out to Gad and making everything possible here. Shout out to our match admins that have stepped up tonight. Shout out to Mel running production. Shout out Mai doing all the Twitter posts and running socials, being just like within seconds of things happening. It's right up on Twitter. Dude is elite. Feisty, thank you so much for that Grand Finals cast. It was so much fun. Thank you to all of our casters here that were part of it for the whole event. It was a great run of things on Friday and today. Shout out to everyone else on the back end that's in the shadows, doing sheets, doing everything, making our job that much easier. But until next weekend, this has been the SCS broadcast. We'll catch you next time.
See ya.